Oh, righty. I think we're good to go. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to turn this down for myself really quick, and then we will jump in. I feel like I forgot something. I'm sure it's not important. Hi! Hello, everyone! Happy Saturday. Happy weekend. Good job all making it through the week. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're rested. Hope you're enjoying yourselves, doing something fun. Having something good. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Jack. Good to see you. Welcome in. Happy weekend. Hello, Standing. Happy sway to you, too. Hello, lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. Nice poncho. Thank you. I want one. I want one that looks like this. Just something simple, you know? Nice pattern to it. It doesn't need to have Goku on it. I feel like that's a little overkill. I appreciate it. I understand some people want that vibe, and that's fine. It's just not really my vibe. That's okay. Sorry, I'm thinking about what happened yesterday. I did get the No Man's Sky shot, so we'll use that later. Made more progress on the models. Getting there. It's still slow, but we are getting there. It finally cooled down enough that we got a nice bike ride in. It was very nice yesterday, actually. I went out, got some new cables to replace the ones that got taken. So that's doing okay. I swear I need to take a Dremel to my phone case, though, because it has an opening for the headphone jack, but it's not big enough. So the casing of the jack itself always gets caught on it. And I need to either cut away some of the casing on the jack, or I swear I just need to fix the case already, because it keeps happening. I'm like, this is dumb. I had a Dremel. It broke. It was a little hand Dremel, so it was nothing super fancy, but it's like, it's actually a pretty good tool. I kind of miss it. I'll show you guys later, but I did work some more on our goblin design from Thursday. I'm much happier with where she is right now. So I'll show you guys when we get over to the art section. But, well, before we get into the big thing, wait, let me ask you guys, how are you doing? How's your weekend? Are you guys comfy? Are you guys enjoying yourself? I hope so. What you been up to? Hold on, let me pull this up because I've watched a bunch of videos today. I've been slowly working my way through Good Weekend. Nice. Yeah, it's very nice today. It's very comfortable, much more so than the last couple of days. So very happy about that. I'm planning to do another long ride tomorrow. Nothing new in terms of routing, just want to practice the same distance, the same sort of routine, and start seeing how that improves. I need to train at the 50-mile mark for a little bit before I try and jump up to 60, or I think I'm going to really struggle with it. But the big thing was the Final Fantasy 14 Fan Fest in Berlin, which for me was last night, but was earlier today for Berliners. Hello. It was cool. I'm a little disappointed. So the big thing that has me interested and excited about Evercold is the updates to the combat system. Right. They're talking about some cool stuff that they're doing in terms of like progression stuff, that, you know, instead of having daily login things that you need to complete, it's just a score that accumulates over the course of the week, right? So you can knock out the entire thing in an afternoon, over the weekend if that's what your schedule allows and what you want to do, or you can continue to log in daily if that's, what you're comfortable with. It's like, these things are cool. Some of the character customization stuff is cool. They did say some nice stuff. So like the Chocobo companion system is getting an overhaul because they introduced that, I think, sometime in A Realm Reborn. And then they kind of just left it for years. So it really has not seen the love and attention and updates that other parts of the game have. So it's nice to see them coming back to that. And apparently now you'll even be able to take your Chocobo into dungeons as a party member. So you can have 2 people each with their Chocobos, and that'll form a light party. Which, funny enough, is also how I swear they got the idea during the Monster Hunter collab. Because your Palico can serve as a party member, a hunt party member, during a Monster Hunter fight. So you can have 2 hunters and 2 Palicos, and as other people join, the Palicos will just bow out. I swear they looked at that and was like, we could have the Chocobos do that. We can figure that out. So, that stuff is cool. But I really wanted to know more about the updates to the combat system. Let's talk about this before, not just what are you doing to the classes, but how is this going to change fight design? And they said nothing. They didn't say anything about those updates. The only thing that they mentioned is that the new tank job, the Bastion, is going to only have the new fight, or the new job design system. It is not going to have a legacy system, which makes sense. It never existed during the current combat mode, so it would be kind of weird to make a whole version of the job that they're intending to deprecate over time, right? Like, eventually they want to get rid of the legacy mode entirely, I think, and have it so that we are all just using the new mode. And like, sure, that's fine. But I think, I don't know. I really would have hoped to see some of that. They showed a lot of the Beastmaster job, which is, so if you guys are familiar, there's the only limited job right now in the game called Blue Mage. And boy, is it a disappointment. So Blue Mage has been in Final Fantasies historically. The whole sort of idea is that the Blue Mage is able to adapt the abilities of enemies that you fight and add it into their own library of spells to use in future fights. And they had this in 11, the first MMO. And it was honestly one of the best jobs that 11 ever implemented, right? It was amazingly capable of adapting to fill different roles in the party based on the spells that you equipped. You could succeed as a caster, a healer, a tank, a melee, a skill chainer. You could skill chain and magic burst off of yourself if your timing was good enough. And you could also solo a lot of enemies that other jobs would struggle with, because you could carry a balanced list of spells that allowed you to mitigate and heal damage while doing enough damage yourself to actually clear a fight. It was super good. It was a super good job. And, back in 11, you could have a sub job that would be half the level of the main one, and you would get all of the abilities of the sub job up to that half level. So the really popular thing was to go Blue Mage sub ninja so that you could dual wield and have two swords or two clubs or whatever. But I was like, nah, 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 nah. Blue mage, sub red mage. So then I got an expanded MP pool and more spells. And I think I even got a little bit of mana regen. So I was just like firing spells off like constant. And it was fun. It was a really good balance. And that was kind of the cool thing, was like, because it's so variable, so adaptable, compared to other jobs where it's like, this is the meta, this is what you roll as your main and sub. There were a lot of things that you could do with Blue Mage to say, well, I am going to do this so that I can sort of fill out the needs of the party in this way, or I can bring this interesting little twist to it. Like, I really loved Blue Mage by the time I ended up quitting 11. And so they introduced it into 14, but they ran into a problem. And the problem is the Holy Trinity and the Party Finder. Or not the Party Finder, the matchmaking system. So you have Warriors, Paladins, Dark Knights, Gunbreakers, and now the Bastion. Those are your tanks. You have your melee DPS, and your casters and range DPS. All those fit into the DPS role. And then you have Sage, White Mage, Scholar, and Astrologian. Those are your 4 healers. And those fill into the healer role. So when it is filling out a group, it goes, okay, we need, depending on the size of the group, 2 tanks, 4 DPS, and 2 healers. And so it will look in the pool of all the people that are looking for to run a bit of content, and it will grab 2, 4, and 2 and say, you guys are a party now, have fun, go. But then you get the Blue Mage, and it's like, well, what is the Blue Mage? The Blue Mage can be anything. It can be a tank, it can be a DPS, it can be a healer. So you could say, well, all right, when you are queuing up as a Blue Mage, we need to, you need to specify the role that you are fulfilling as a Blue Mage. Are you a tank Blue Mage, a DPS Blue Mage, or a healer Blue Mage? Except that, how would the system confirm that you have equipped the spells to be viable as the role that you say you are going as? Long story short, they ended up making the Blue Mage a limited job. It can't queue for regular content. You can technically take a Blue Mage into content through Party Finder, but you need to form a group manually and then have, that sort of resolves the problem, right? Because then the group can say, okay, Blue Mage, what are you doing? And the Blue Mage says, I'll take this. And then they go, okay. And I think at that point, you can go in with Blue Mage, but you can't run regular content the regular way and at max level. We're currently at level 100, and I think Blue Mage is capped at level 80. So you're kind of stuck doing this secondary category of content, isolated from the rest of the game. And it's very strange. It's very strange. I've played a little bit of Blue Mage, and it doesn't feel great. It never measures up to what everyone else is doing. It definitely doesn't measure up to what 11 was able to figure out with it. And I say figure out. I'm not sure 11 did what they did with Blue Mage by design. I think they just happened to stumble into something brilliant. So to see them introduce Beastmaster is kind of doing a similar thing. You fight and capture wild creatures, you tame them, they become your familiars, you're able to pick 3 a la Pokemon trainer and call them into battle to help you out. They have their own set of abilities, and you can pull from their animal powers to augment yourself. But in a similar sort of way, it's like, okay, so what is the Beastmaster doing in a given fight? Are they tanking? Are they supporting? Are they raw DPS? It's very variable. So it kind of, like, it feels a lot like they're just doing something very akin to the Blue Mage. And I feel like it's going to end up getting pigeonholed content-wise the same way that the Blue Mage has. So while it doesn't look bad, it's hard to get excited about it. I hope they learn from Blue Mage. I hope they have ideas on how to help Beastmaster avoid the same issues. But at this point, I'm definitely not excited by the prospect. And I would love to be proven wrong, but they need to prove me wrong. So yeah, I'm disappointed that we didn't see more about the updates of the battle system in general. The Bastion looks cool. They showed the longer trailer, which we'll watch in a second. That was really pretty. The new areas look very nice. I'm very intrigued by the story, and I think I'm probably going to buy the expansion and resubscribe, if only to play through that. Well, we'll see if it manages to like retain me in a longer form, but I definitely want to see what they're doing with Evercold. I think it'll be fun. Let me check the. Yeah, unfortunately, as much as they were saying, please wait till Berlin for more info, back at the Anaheim Fan Fest, they didn't give us a lot more concrete info this time, which is a little disappointed by. But I don't know. It's what it is. We did see, or they did reveal the 8-man raid, so that's honestly, I should have seen this coming. It's a Final Fantasy VII collaboration. It's like, yeah, fine. That's Square Enix's entire identity right now is Final Fantasy VII, so it doesn't surprise me that they are just kind of shoving it into anything and everything that they can. But I'm sure it'll be fun. I'm sure it'll be fine. I think the encounter designs and the fights will be cool. It's just kind of like, yeah, sure, more crossovers, whatever. Cow's not dead yet. Time to milk it some more. I'm not sure the Final Fantasy VII cow will ever stop being milked. And frankly, even beyond the remakes, they have been milking that cow since the 90s. They had the mobile games and Advent Children, and they never remade, or they never did like a remaster of the original games until the remakes, but they have done every spin-off and crossover and expanded material that they could think to do. Like Final Fantasy VII is, it's almost a gold, it's a golden goose. It does make them money. Whatever, 9's still my favorite. So yeah, that's kind of like, whatever. I'm just going through the notes really quickly, see if there's anything else. All It doesn't look like it, but let's really quickly watch the trailer for Evercold. It's a really nice trailer. I really like this trailer. So yes, good. All right, there it is. I should move. Hi, chat. Excuse me. Hmm. I'm such a fucking slut for airships. So that's the Bastion. We got two giant gun shields on each arm. That's a large lad. Kind of thought they would, be more like down on the ground, but I guess not. Yes. Um, so I think that's going to be fun. Also, we did get the release date. Well, month. So, couple of things. They did tease. So they had a dev panel following the keynote, and there was a little they had a section talking about the audio. And during part of it, Soken was like, does anybody, the main composer was like, does anybody recognize these job sounds? He played two of them, and the audience said nothing. And then one of the other guys, this was clearly like a scripted bit, but one of the other guys was like, Soken, you can't do that. Those are sounds from the new job. Not the Bastion, the one that they haven't shown yet. So the really interesting thing about it, though, is one of them very clearly has like a hawk cry or a hawk scream of some kind, which if we go back in the trailer a little bit, remember we see this character with a little birdie friend. And then we get this symbol, which, as Reddit has noticed, looks a lot like a job crystal symbol. So whoever this is, we don't know, is likely like the poster character for the new range DPS job, and it's going to have something to do with an avian companion. So they kind of intentionally gave it away a little bit, but I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, we don't know like anything about how the job plays or what it does, but it would be very funny if they introduced Beastmaster and then at the same time there's another job with an animal companion that actually gets to play the normal game. They are also showing off these guys. So apparently, it's the two new jobs. Yeah, Beastmaster and Cooler Beastmaster, Birdmaster. So, as the narrator was sort of explaining, and the one thing that I really didn't like in the original teaser, and it's a little bit better in this one, the audio balancing is kind of shit. So it's hard to hear what the narrator's saying. But essentially, the world was once nice and clean and beautiful, and everyone was living nice, good lives. And then Ice Age, the entire world was overtaken by eternal winter. Everything froze, everything died, and the survivors fled to the sky on these massive airships. We see two of them in this trailer, right? We see this one and then that sort of smithy industrial looking one that's, very fire coated. Apparently most of the areas in the expansion are going to be on these airships. So like, it isn't like you see all of this and then you only get to go to a little section up on the top or something. Like, the big open green space is the playable area. Now they keep talking about walking around on the top of the ship, that you actually get to, go out into the fields and everything. And I'm like, okay, but do we get to go into the airship at some point? Do we get to see the mechanics? Are there going to be dungeons down there or something? Because I don't know. I really want to see that. I want to go inside the ship. The only other thing that's a little disappointing about that to me, so expansions usually have 6 areas, right? And then they said that 5 of the areas are going to be on these airships. So one of them will probably be down on the surface. But it's a little disappointing to me that we have Evercold, the ice expansion, and like one of them is going to be in this nice green agrarian environment. One of them is going to be on, I don't know how much this is going to be a playable area, but I think we can kind of assume a similar situation. So it's like, okay, so how much of Evercold is actually going to take place in cold environments? What's the plan there? So, I don't know. The same thing happened with Heavensward, where it's like, oh, we're going to Ishgard, this land that has been overtaken by, snow and ice and winter. And then one area was snowy. The Western Highlands was covered in snow. And as soon as you got to the Dravanian Forelands, the second area, it's like, yeah, it's fine here. It's kind of foresty and green again, very like rocky as you're getting towards the foothills of this mountain, but like the winter effect was immediately left behind. I'm like, where's my goddamn snow? I don't know. I really like snowy aesthetics, so getting kind of shortchanged on that is always annoying to me. And then yeah, we got the Bastion showing up. He punch, and then he flip, and then he shoot. Like a tank. So yeah, I think it looks cool. I'm excited about the expansion. I'm disappointed that we didn't hear more about the combat. I really wish they had done more with that. They had given us more specifics or more examples. But this did convince me that like I do want to see what they are doing with the storyline and everything. That we can sort of hope to. I think we'll have a good time with it, at the very least. Also, their cinematics team just continues to be on point. For this one, they have said they're drawing very substantially on Norse mythology for a lot of the like visual inspiration themes. So I'm sorry, Jack, you might get a little triggered. But like these guys, I think, are drawing very heavily on like the giant motifs. So yeah, we're in a sense sort of dealing with Ragnarok on this planet. Okay, so yeah, that's Evercold. I'm hopeful. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be a good time. It'll be kind of nice to go back to it. I have not touched 14 and God, probably at least 2 years at this point. But yeah, I kind of wish there was more to talk about. But it was super funny though. So the ship that we saw a lot of there is called Naglfar. It is the realm ship. They're called realm ships of water. So then the other one is Hringkjorni, the realm ship of fire, and the city area on Naglfar. On the slides, they called it Falgarth. This was a translation error. They fucking had a translation error in their live presentation because in Japanese, L's and R's are always just the same thing. They don't have L in Japanese. So it's actually Fargarth, but they mistranslated it on the slide to Falgarth, and I'm like, all right, guys, that's fine. That's okay. It does look really pretty, though. It does look really cool. So yeah, I don't know. They're adding a bunch of customization stuff. You'll be able to do more with your character, like visually. They're adding like animation skins so that some of your combat abilities and general abilities will have different looks depending on what you want to do. So I think it is good. I think it is good. And I've talked about this before. Like, Destiny and Final Fantasy 14 are about the same age. I think they both came out in 2014. Yes. Fuck, I'm old. Anyway, they both came out in 2014. And both of them hit their end of story expansion almost at the same time. Destiny had the final shape and 14 had Endwalker. And both of them had the roll credits moment, right? 14 literally had Finn, end screen, then story is over, right? This is, in both games, a point where if you want to get off the ride, you can be perfectly satisfied in the story and experience that you have had, right? Obviously, the game is going to keep going, but this storyline is over. And I think both of them kind of stumbled for a little bit as they went, okay, so we just finished the thing that we have spent 10 years building to. What do we do now? And, Destiny kind of floundered around. They had Edge of Fate. Yeah, Edge of Fate was next. And Renegades, which was the Star Wars crossover. And kind of went a few places. They were setting up a new storyline. And unfortunately, we know what ultimately happened with that, right? They put out the June update and announced that they would be ceasing content development of the game. It is now in maintenance mode. The game is effectively over. Meanwhile, on Square's side, they put out Dawn Trail, which, in my opinion, Dawn Trail is not a bad expansion. It's not the best one, but I appreciate the story for what it is. I think a lot of the areas are nice looking, but not. A lot of the issues with Dawn Trail are in the quality and to some degree quantity of the content. I think a lot of it was very by the numbers, not super interesting to actually play through. And given how long some of the development stuff takes, I think they were definitely already looking at what they wanted to do in Evercold when they were working on Dawn Trail. It kind of feels like Dawn Trail was the holdover. It was put this out to narratively start getting things set up. We're working on it. the fact that they came out at Anaheim, because, you know, they come out at the Anaheim keynote and they start talking about like character customization options and a few things about this, a few things about that. And I'm like, this makes sense. You know, the people that are still playing the game and really liking the game, you know, a lot of them are very into glamour stuff and personalization stuff. So it makes sense that they would want to give those players more options for the things that they are playing the game for. That's fine. And then they started talking about some of the changes to the progression, right? Instead of daily reward systems, we're going to switch to a weekly system. And it's like, okay, cool. That makes sense. That actually sounds nice and less frustrating to, you know, have to log in every day to keep up with the grind. I like that. Good job. Oh, by the way, we're overhauling the entire combat system. That was the point where I'm like, oh, you guys are not done with the game. You guys are not going into maintenance mode. Like, it remains to be seen how it goes. But the fact that they are at least, even if the game ends up going into maintenance mode following Evercold, the fact that they are going down swinging like this, saying, no, we are going to try and revitalize it for another decade of gameplay, is like, okay, that is a very different take. And not to say that Bungie didn't try, but I think the circumstances that they found themselves in made it a lot harder to swing for the fences in the way that Final Fantasy is like, yeah, fucking send it. So I wish they had said more, but I wish them luck. And hopefully the final fan fest. So Evercold comes out in January. The last fan fest before Evercold releases will be in October. And hopefully at that one, we will get specifics. We'll get more information on what the combat updates are looking like. It's possible, and this is giving them the benefit of the doubt that they don't necessarily deserve, but it is possible that they had something that they wanted to talk about, and they weren't ready to show it. They might have looked at it before the presentation and went, no, hold it. We'll save it for October when we have it in a state that we are happier with. Because, okay, so to be fair, the part of the reason that they showed it at Anaheim as much as they did is because they knew if they just said BT dubs were doing this and then didn't give any information about it, Reddit would shit their jorts. Like, before the lettuce outbreak had even become a thing, Reddit would have lost their minds. So they knew they had to say and show something. And they might have, with this fan fest, gone, well, we don't have it developed to a point where showing anything would be more informative than what we have already said, so let's just hold it. That's my guess, but I'm still disappointed. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I will almost definitely be going back for Evercold and playing through all the Dawn Trail patch content, but we'll get there. Right now, though, we've got some other gods to kill. See, in Final Fantasy, when you kill a god, they actually stay dead, which is nice. And in Hades, it's like, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow night. I will keep killing you as many times as it takes. Why don't we go ahead and jump over to that. Get out of the way here. And we will head on down. to the game screen. Wow. There you go. I'm gonna nudge myself down a little bit. There we are. Okay, so where we left off. I was thinking about getting this while I wait for Thanatos. So what's this need? Well, I've got so much silver and bronze, that doesn't cost me shit to upgrade anyway. That's also good too. I might pick that up just to have it. Your attack and special also split into that deal reduced damage. The aspect of Nyx on this looks quite good. You start with Skyfall, hidden hex that strikes multiple foes and applies Shine. I mean, that doesn't look bad. I just don't know how much I care about it. It is Selene, though. I do love Selene. Okay, so that's Adamant and Cinder. And then Silver and Bronze, that's easy enough. I already have Eos. And yeah, honestly, I feel like the Sister Blades are the ones that I'm just like the most unimpressed by in terms of their aspects. It's just kind of weird. Let's see. Gain magic and power whenever you use cast. Or psychic leash whenever you use mega moves. Each fires in place up to 3 times until you use it again. Okay. Anyway, let's go ahead and get Linui rank 2.
Awaken.
Hey, what just happened?
And then see, that's only like 30 to 35. That's a lot less impressive. And then, yeah, go ahead and do this too. Why not?
Awaken.
But we're gonna take the axe tonight. And I'll keep the armor. I'll keep the armor and we'll see how it does.
So ancient is the pitch black stone, it predates time itself. Its surface ever seems to drain what light and color dare linger nearby.
I can see beneath that surface now.
Alright, and then if we do
I
this... So I need 2. Which would be an Eris fight. Shit. Alright, I guess we're going back up.
And to Olympus.
Time to get a little payback. Alright, Demeter.
The very ground beneath our feet has started to shift, and it bodes ill, I think. What does blasted Kronos now intend to do? Topple our entire mountain to the earth?
Possibly. Sprint forms a gust that lingers after remaining inactive, restoring mana. Special deals more damage and inflicts freeze. You know what? Give me the damage.
For my mother.
No, you don't. We good? Nope. Alright. What if I just killed all of them at once? Nice.
Some of the gods think Eris showed up near our mountain causing trouble again, all because of you. They don't know I practically begged you to come up to our rescue over here. Think Heck gave you the order. We're really in it now.
Plans within plans. Whenever you slay a foe, deal more damage for 45 seconds. Yeah, do that. Oh, it's only 1%, but 1% on this is going to be a lot of damage. So that's fine. I'll take that. Alright, what are we working with? Okay, so we've got Hephaestus Hammer, we can get our Hex, we can get Healing. And then we've got Zeus, Demeter, Hestia, and Hera. I feel like Hera is probably going to be pretty good, and maybe Zeus was 5. Let's do those and then we'll see what we feel like.
Tombstone.
Could you stop? Why can I not hit this guy? You? Time to go to work, honey.
Should put a dent into that barrier.
Alright, what do we got? Bomb move. Hits 2 times, so it uses 20 mana. Your attacks also deal 60 damage to surrounding foes for each and every strike. Yeah, do that.
Imbued with greater strength.
Really? None of them opened? Rude. Rude!
A mortal-made stone likeness of the grim lord of the dead stands in the center of the city, looking on at the devastation sown as if in stunned silence.
Vengeance for my father.
Didn't quite get the beard right, but I appreciate the sentiment at least.
Another time sign. Death to Kronos.
No, you don't. Easy money, baby. Alright, I gotta do this.
Let us together shine this night, O moon.
You have seen the path of stars and experienced its connection to my strength and yours. Though our paths may diverge at times, they often lead us to a single point.
Next fire is a beam. Impervious living nightmare with own abilities. I'm gonna take
You're
this
terrifying
more
form.
as like a safety strat than anything, I think. Why are you not dead? It's extremely rude. Surviving on a sliver. What a douchebag.
Getting somewhere.
Alright, what do we want
Let's get the lay of the
next?
land.
I think? No, actually, because we have the fountain, so let's go ahead and get our hearts. Again with the not dying.
You shades are getting out of there.
Nice. Ooh, double door. It's just some bones.
Always use more.
Oh, I could have transformed them. That's on me. We'll see what this one has. So... Ooh, alright, what do we got? Really? I only have the one
Excellent
boon?
stuff.
Whatever. Alright.
Where to this time?
Let's see. So I could do Zeus. What was it? It was like Zeus, Hera.
What else is here?
I could do Zeus, Hera, and Hestia. That seems alright. Excuse me. I've got a douchebag throwing shit at me.
Ghastly thing.
Goodbye.
Queen Hera.
Easy enough.
A bulb of garlic.
Bulb of garlic.
First Kronos and now Prometheus are back to haunt us, all because we failed to get rid of them back when we had a chance. Who next, I wonder? You witches rarely need to come up with a means to dispense with immortals for good.
Are you sure you want that? Are you
to head back.
sure you want the witches to come up with a permadeath solution for immortals? I'm just saying. I feel like that's cutting off your nose to spite your face. So, not dead, huh? Kind of rude, really. Fellas. There.
Observe the handiwork of Kronos all about you there. The once thriving city of Ephyra laid to ruin. The underworld's gates flung open. Unconscionable acts, for which there must be dire consequences.
Specials inflict blitz after you take damage. Your strike emits a chain lightning. Yes. Okay, so I have almost no magic. I will definitely need to pick some up at some point. But I do love my chain lightning, so it was worth it. There is a double
Let's see.
mana reward over there. Maybe I should get that instead of Hestia? Yeah, let's do that, just to sort of set ourselves up. Yeah, see, I don't even have enough for my super mega special now. That is a lot of damage though, holy shit.
There.
So that's cool. Did I hear a door? No. Alright. A little short on the door rewards this time, but that's okay.
Barrier down. For the road.
Your attention?
Is a fish.
Some assistance, please. It's over.
A
Team that
ribeye.
never fails. Hear me, on my authority.
Your casts cause lightning bolts to repeatedly strike. Chain lightning deals damages, bounces up to 3 more times. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Somebody's there.
So,
Oh, hey. I wanted to say thanks. Gave me a real zinger there last time, you know that?
You're back, and you're grateful that I vanquished you earlier? You seem more the sort to hold a grudge.
I am. It's just, I hadn't had a good night's sleep in I don't know how long. After you knocked me out cold, I woke up feeling more refreshed than ever. And real hungry, too.
Oh, there it is. He's doing different stuff than
Come on, just try me.
shit. There it is. There it is. There's the bullshit.
Some friends over for dinner.
Come on, Chilla. It's gonna work.
I'll flatten you. Come far. Seem like you're like a monkey.
Oh, fuck off with that.
Of course.
It does okay damage. I feel like the real benefit from it is that you're invulnerable throughout the entire sequence.
Wake up, sleepyheads.
But the attack itself is kind of whatever.
Hello.
What?
Let go!
How did he grab me there? Fuck off.
You know please stick it there.
Yeah, see, its actual damage is kind of whatever. And my arm is gone. I mean, I'm glad it lasted me as long as it did, but...
Eat this.
Oh. Go. Oh, fuck off.
Here, little sheep, get squashed.
And good night. Well, I don't know. The armor prevented me from taking too much damage, so there's that, but... Can't believe we already lost it. Hopefully we can get some armor back later. Oh, what's this? It's a moss.
This way.
We do occasionally get armor in the shop. So maybe that'll help us out. I had a realization, but I feel like if I say it, I'm gonna jinx it, so I'm just gonna not say anything for a bit. No. I guess we've done that. How about you just don't do anything? How about you just don't do anything right now?
The ship's helm.
Yes. Oh shit! Fire, fire, fire hot. Hit! Hiding in fire. Coward. Okay, wait. Now we gotta do math. So it currently does 12 damage. So this would do 13 damage. Okay, so this one is worth more. Because it would be 15, which is more than 13. And then it would be 20% of that. So yeah, that's
Now
the
for the
better
next follow
option.
my light.
Moving on. Hold still. Hold still. Hold still. Thank you. Alright, let's get some ash. And we'll upgrade this. Ow! Ow! You little shit!
Transform.
Ooh, thank you. 20 more damage. 1% chance to dodge. That's kind of neat. Okay, so what are our upgrades? Hex attacks are faster. Special gains the bonus of your special boon. Cast deal 30% more damage. Okay, so that's just a straight line to increase the damage substantially. Gains the bonuses of your attack booms. Now that's really good. Okay, so I think I do want to get this just to make it do more damage, and then we'll go down this track to get that. And then we can kind of go for the dodge chances, because I do like dodging. Alright. Okay, I do want health, because I haven't gotten much of that yet.
You hungry, Zorafet?
Shit! Gotcha! And shut up, you're done, you're done, you're done, you're done. Stop moving.
Merely a snack.
Alright. Jumping up through ships a lot. Yeah, you do not come back.
Change of course.
Ooh, Aphrodite. Yeah, okay, you know what? Give me Aphrodite. Ow! Where do you think you're going?
She's back.
Though I admit to having some small weakness for the tall, dark, and brooding types, Prometheus has been getting on my nerves. He's defacing our beautiful mountain. Who is he trying to impress?
Your attack gain power, but prime magic automatically inflict weak on nearby foes. Your special deals more damage to nearby foes. Yeah, give me this one. Oh, it's Cersei time! Cersei's a sweetheart.
Fingernail, pleasant dreams and sound of bells, sesame and snail shells, lentil pulses.
Behave
on
yourselves.
stage, salt of mountain.
Behold that ancient isle on which a great enchantress plies her trade. Amid such flora and fauna as have come to welcome her as one of their own.
It feels so safe and peaceful here.
Oh, hello again.
Hi, Cersei. Oh, wait, hang on.
Welcome, Poppet. Though, forgive me that I have not invited you inside my little hut. Such hospitality I don't extend to anyone. And I make no exceptions, not even for you.
Hands up.
Madam Cersei, that is perfectly all right. And there's no need to explain. We all live in seclusion in our own way. What other way is there? With privacy comes peace of mind.
I'm grateful that you understand. Of late, I share my simple home with beasts, but that is all. This Isle of Aia is not mine, of course. Rather, it's my dear companion, and can be yours. So please, help yourself to anything you need whilst here.
Just don't go in the house. Hex deals 30% more damage. Okay, yeah. Active vows. Indications of various adverse nightly effects from the Oath of the Unseen. Oh!
So mote it be.
Interesting.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, so now they won't come back. I was hoping it would take out the health one, but
No
that's
escape.
still nice. I don't have to go chasing
Rescue
after
from the
them.
rift.
Oh, fuck me. Here we go.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's not Corypheus. Fuck.
For another voyage, Captain.
Dula, help. God, your armor sucks and is annoying. No, Tula, wake up, honey. We're not done yet. Almost got him. Almost got him. Got him.
The sea claims another.
Well, that went a lot better than the first time.
In the name of Hades.
Your cast inflict weak. Your attacks gain power but prime magic. Actually, yeah. Give me this. I think that'll be nice.
Steady now.
I pull them into the cast and then I just kind of beat the shit out of them. Like this. That worked.
Some iron.
Alright. Give me this.
Out of my way.
Fuck. Oh shit. It doesn't actually do that much, I feel like. Not as much as I would like it to.
Enough of this.
Alright. Really use some more healing here. That ship has an eye. I don't think they're supposed to do that. I mean, I'm not a ship
The Black
expert,
Flagship.
but that doesn't seem right.
My lord, is this your ship? It is remarkable. Although I fear with all the hostile vessels everywhere that it may come to harm. Or even you.
I'd like to see them try.
Smooth sailing all the same.
You know, it's gotten harder sneaking down into the underworld of late. Good thing I happen to know an expert on the subject. And so do you, I see.
I just noticed Hermes has a tortoise in his bag. That's fantastic.
Off I go.
What's up, bitch?
Looky who. You're tougher than you look. I'll give you that trouble. And I'll give you something else for what you did to me last time.
The outcome of our prior meeting was the direct result of your provocation and hostility. Tonight may go even worse.
Wait, you're telling me our choices have consequences? Come on, don't be so gullible. Anyway, I'm gonna open fire now.
Fair enough.
Watch your step, babe. Out of ammo?
What do you mean I missed?
You're a freak.
Thanks, I tried. Ow, fucking hell!
Full delivery.
I forgot I can do that.
So much for your hiding spot. I've had it. It's warm. We should get in.
Ow!
Hot air rises.
Well, no more of those.
Miss me?
Not really.
Incoming!
Shit! Don't do that! God damn game.
Give up! How about this?
Well, that, my death device is already gone.
Fire!
Tuliga, honey, we really need your help here. Oh, fuck off.
No! Don't hate me, babe. I'm just being me.
To be beaten by her.
Yeah, that's annoying.
No making peace with one such as Eris, is there? Just isn't in her nature.
Not really, but at least you're catching on to it. Oh, it's all gloomy. No, I'm not talking to her. Unless...
Oh, babe!
Oh, God, shit.
I really thought you had me that time, babe, but I guess not. Maybe later. You must be mad you can't get back at me right now.
I wouldn't break the peace here even if I could, Eris. But you really test my self-control. When next I see you at the edge of the rift, I'll not hold back.
Ooh, she's angry. Just the way I like it.
I want to fuck her up. What's up?
Sister Selene notified me it was Eris herself who barred you from gaining the heights of Olympus. She never should have got her hands on the rail of adamant again, that wretch.
Headmistress, is there truly nothing we can do? Your oath to Nyx means Eris can come and go here as she pleases, only to try and blast me to bits when I approach my goal.
One must carefully consider the terms of binding contracts, Malinois. A mistake on my part you are paying for firsthand. And I apologize. Do bring her hell when next you meet.
Didn't read the fine print.
Sounds good. Aha.
Favorite of all keepsakes. Prioritize a keepsake to re-equip it automatically whenever you return to the crossroads. What's the point of that?
Time cannot be withstood, not even by itself. So mote it be.
Oh, I'm gonna fuck him up. Hey, Raiders! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Metro. Here, let me do this. How are y'all doing? How was your stream? What were you up to? Thank you for coming by. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Jisei Kaiga. I go by Kaiga. I'm a Jupiter Brain Cell VTuber. I play games and I make art and have a chill time with the tunes. How are y'all doing? How's your stream? You are playing Denshataku. How is that? I've seen it around a bunch. I haven't watched it, but I saw the ads and stuff. Is it good? Is it fun? Is it good?
Death to Kronos.
I'll have to try it. Cause of death, immolation. That's rough, buddy.
What is it?
Game of the Year stuff. Ooh, I will have to check it out at some point. If you do need to do any stream care, Metro, or your raiders, get something to eat, clean up, stretch, rest, whatever you gotta do, please feel free to. But you're also very, very welcome to hang out. We are trying to make some progress in Hades. It's a work in progress. You have to bit about the new Warhammer models. Oh, like physicals?
You keep heading up when you ought to be heading down toward your objective. Forget about the mountain, not your fight.
My family on Olympus is under assault by the legions of Kronos, and it's not my fight?
No. He's down below, all comfy on your father's throne, and you don't have anything to worry about besides him.
Sure I don't.
Something amiss?
During a recent voyage, I found Circe the Enchantress on her little isle, evidently safe from all the turmoil at sea. Don't you two know each other fairly well?
In life and death, we can but strive to know each other well, Goddess. Though I knew Circe, just a bit, at least. As casual acquaintances is all. Why do you ask?
Oh, just in case you wanted me to tell her anything when next we met, as she may be providing some assistance when I navigate the Rift of Thessaly.
No need to tell her anything. Best keep your focus on the task at hand.
Noted.
Rose for the Exodites reveal, and a lot of good thoughts about them. Nice! Oh, shit. Okay. I actually do need to do a run down, because I need to find Nightshade. I do not know the Exodites. Is that a new group, or is it... Well, what's the deal with that? What's the deal with the Exodites? Let's see. So it's twin blades today. I don't think I want to do the twin blade stuff. I want to practice with this more. I want to use the fists more. I want to try this again. So that reminds me, sorry. I gotta check in with the broker. Gotta get my regulars. We're gonna do that and that and that. Thank you, broker. I'm loving one of those. I've got so much fucking psyche. But you know what? Go ahead and put one of those in, just because the Arcanas, or the grass was getting really expensive at this.
The Arcana. I finally understand.
How much do I have? Oh! I haven't unlocked a card yet. When you channel, everything else moves slower. 9% chance to deal critical damage with each move in a combo. Ooh!
Night.
Your Hex also charges up automatic. Hey, Astolfo! Welcome in. Happy weekend. I'll be real, I ain't reading all it. Oh, these aren't even that bad. Your Hex also charges up automatically. Oh, cool. Okay, so that just automatically works. That's kind of a weird Arcana to have, because usually get Selene, but I don't really know when or what it's gonna be. Okay, so I want this, but I need to get rid of something. How's my grasp looking? Oh, I can do it. Okay, cool. So I can do that, but then that deactivates the queen. I do like the queen. Even with her, I haven't been getting that many duos. Or I could get rid of a different two. So I've got that two, and I've got that two. I suppose the main thing to consider is that my magic is replenishing automatically because of this one. So this isn't really activating that often. I can try turning this off and see if that balances out okay. And then what's the green card? Yeah, no more than two. So I have two twos, I have two ones, I have two threes, I have two fours, and I have one five because fives are so fucking expensive. So yeah, okay. Let's try that and see how it feels. Well. But I do, because the Omega Special is a barrage of hits, 9 crit chance on each hit is pretty good.
Conceal us, O Knight.
Okay, I'm gonna turn these off because we're going downstairs and I don't need the challenge.
Moonlight,
I don't need the bonus challenge if we're not getting the reward for doing it.
Raining again.
Rack me brain about those fancy silver weapons of yours. Trying to sort out who exactly could have made such things. Or when. They're the nocturnal arms, ain't they? Meant only as a last resort, but here we are, I reckon.
Specials cause a blast. If your foe is near you after you dash, whenever you take damage. Yep, give me that. Goodbye. No, don't leave. I didn't say you could leave. Easy money. Oh wait, there's a fish.
Two, catch. Come on out.
Good girl.
It's a figment. Now.
Easy money. Alright. We did Ash, I guess. Next. Nice.
Clear.
Okay, go ahead and transform that. Oh, just a pomegranate. Oh, I do want a Daedalus hammer. I love health, but I love Daedalus hammers.
Stop.
Could you not? Could you not? Alright, what do we got? Your special briefly gains 5 powers for up to 5 consecutive hits the same foe. Your hammer's always better. True. Whenever your attack strikes a foe, your special has a 25% chance to fire automatically. Your attacks have... Okay, but I love automatic missiles. It's my favorite Artemis boon, and this basically just does that automatically.
Blue and black and burgundy. Silk of every color. See? Delicate and spun with care. Strong as silver, thin as hair.
Right?
Why, hello there.
Can we talk, please?
You know the gods did this to me, don't you? Although I shouldn't say the gods. It was truly just the one. But the others, they didn't care. They were complicit in the whole thing. It was as though I was a spider to them all along.
Arachne, the gods could be kinder to mortals. You'll hear no argument from me on that. I have a certain point of view on it myself. Most mortals I've met, they've all been dead.
Yet you abide Olympus anyhow. I understand, I do. They're family. And that's one thing we can never change. Not really. Although the Titan whom you're up against, isn't he family too?
It's really complicated. Okay. Cast deal extra damage. Makes channel faster. I do like the guilt trips.
May it keep you safe.
Thanks, Arachne.
Thank you, Arachne. Wait, can I? Yes, okay. I know it doesn't make up for anything, but
Oh, you're much too kind to me. I'm only doing what anybody would be doing in my place. But you're treating me like royalty. This nectar, I tried a touch of it before. It's too good for flies. Or spiders.
Too good for flies, perhaps, but it's especially for you. A gift of friendship, whose savor only grows the deeper the friendship is. May it warm you on a cold night such as this. Peace, Arachne.
Take care out there.
aw, guys, we might be okay. We might be friends again.
Enjoy.
Was a family tree more of a... Yeah, it's kind of a family... I don't know, maze? Nightmare? Kind of a nightmare, really.
Those shadows. Storm Reapers.
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Oh, I can't fire the missiles this way. Excuse me, gotta deal with this guy first. There we go. Yeah, you ain't shit. Goodbye.
The shadows dissipate.
Remember, girl, this world is ours by right. The fates themselves decided it. Now Kronos seeks to overthrow our reign. He already had his opportunity to rule. There is no going back to how things were.
Attack, steal more damage, inflicts hit. Just... Oh no, okay, so keep that. Yeah, let's go ahead and get Hitch.
Good.
Okay, she might still
was
have
that?
a bit of a chip on her shoulder.
What the?
Oh shit!
Oh.
We got it!
Tula, be my guest. Victory.
Good girl.
Ooh, a soul belly.
A soul belly. I haven't seen one of those yet. Oh, and now we gotta fight. Alright, I'm gonna pick Hera, and we'll figure out how Hephaestus gets mad.
Well chosen, girl.
Your sprint inflicts Hitch and deals damage when it does. Ooh. Okay, that's pretty good, though. Yeah, give me that.
Vested in me.
That'll make me one real proud if I act spiteful without proper cause.
Hephaestus, don't be mad.
Ow! Dick!
The shadows take you.
Alright, we're good.
Let's all just take a breath.
Alright, I'd say we're settled up. We can continue bickering another time.
At least he's honest about it, you know? It's like, look, this will happen again. Your weapon deals more damage based on 20% of your armor, and you gain more armor now. Ooh, okay.
Such strength.
Yeah, no, like, I appreciate that he's like, listen. Oh right, I forgot the sprint. I can just run into people and blow them up. That's amazing.
Shine for me again tonight.
Mother Nyx, in all her grace, began referring to me as the Eye of Night, for I could see even where she could not. This honor spurs me even now, just as I spur my steeds. We shall avenge her, little star.
Oh my god, she's my life. So, fun fact, for those of you that do not know, the kanji for Chisei literally translates to little star. So every time she says that, I'm like,
yours.
Seeking projectile that inflicts morph onto 5 foes. How long does morph last for? 4 seconds. You know what?
Twilight curse.
Give me this. I want to try this. I have not taken this hex before, and I feel like on bosses, it might secretly be goated. No. Sup, bitches? Y'all fucked up. They didn't manage to hit my armor though, so I don't appreciate that. Chat, be quiet.
Yes, Lord Charon. You'll have what gold I may find, as I require what supplies you may spare.
Alright, chat. Who's in the bag? What's in the bag?
Here's the gold.
Let's see. Alright. 3, 2, 1.
Granddaughter, I care very little for surprises, Flower. And perhaps in that we are alike. But there exists a rare variety that's welcome. Like a brisk breeze on an autumn eve.
Cast inflicts freeze and repeatedly deals damage. Your cast also creates a gust around the circle. Ooh, no, give me this one. It's early enough that that's really good to get right now.
Entirely unscathed.
I vanquished Kronos. Everything you've trained me to do. Yet still you stand in my way. Still more to learn even now.
There's always more to learn.
Now and always. That tinge of frustration you expressed, I would see you rid yourself of it in your attempts to rid yourself of me.
As you wish.
Cross flames awaken.
That's...
Fire.
Okay, I'm very curious if this will work. Hecate.
I'll keep this form, thank you.
Okay, it does not work. That'll be so... Okay, so she can hex me, but I can't hex her. I see how it is.
How did that miss?
Meanwhile, I will take care of you guys. Oh, I'm sorry. You get to hex
You
me.
arrived with not so much as a single cut or scrape, and thus depart. Such strength and agility as can stop time. Return to Shadow.
I merely watch impartially.
Yeah? Is that right? Is that right, wife? Grandpa here? God damn
Just
it.
ignore him.
Wearing protective silk.
What do you want?
I was beginning to think I had successfully dissuaded you. When it came to my attention, you were trespassing some other place instead. You dared venture above.
Oh, I do dare.
I've seen your work up there firsthand. To have unsealed the very gates of hell, and brought disaster to mortals who've nothing to do with your petty vendetta.
You speak of the bedraggled city of Athera, which once stood in sycophantic tribute to your upstart father. Perhaps what mortals yet remain there shall think twice next time before they put their faith in gods.
Coward.
Yeah, they should have just been worshipping you the entire time you were dead, right? Is that how it is?
The air's thick.
So Oceanus is also a Titan. So I'm not like we're technically inside the body of a Titan right now.
Tuna?
Alright, what do we got? Ooh, nectar. Perfect. Oh shit! Hi. Could you actually hit it, please? Freaking Tula's just napping right next to him. I see you, you little shit.
Got here as quickly as I could.
Oh, my
You
other
wretches are
wife.
in for it now.
Hello?
Keep going.
Easy. Here, some more of these out. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful. Love it. Why are you still alive?
Short work.
Classic cat behavior. It is accurate, but I can still be upset about it. Hex deals 120 damage whenever a morph target is slain. The blast. So I turn them into a sheep, and then when I kill them, the sheep explodes. Alright, and then the ultimate also inflicts curse. Every curse you can inflict using other abilities at the same time. Yes, they become worm sheep. Okay, so... See, I want both of these because I feel like it's more likely to cause some of them to explode. But I have 5 right now. So, more damage. Lasts 2 seconds longer, so that's good. More damage after applying it. Okay. I think I want to do the bottom track first. So the 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, let's do this. Yeah, let's do this. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll come back here and we'll get the other one. My other wife.
Hey, thank you. Olympus started running a little low on this stuff. I'll be sure to lord it over the others, as long as you don't mind me exploiting your good graces.
Oh, please do.
I don't recall anything about exploiting one another's good graces in the bylaws of the Silver Sisters, so you should be fine. May you enjoy it either way.
I hate to even ask, but have you picked up any trace of Zagreus by any chance while in your father's house?
Aw, Artemis misses her bro.
Artemis, it's odd for me to say. My brother isn't there, but I sense his presence. Our connection. He's not gone.
I guess that's good enough for me for now. Although it's much more cryptic than I'd like. Well, wherever he is, he better be all right. And not alone.
A piercing arrow flies towards any foe damaged by my cast. Foes in your cast may take critical damage. Okay, but support fire.
Smart.
Support fire
Right,
was one of my favorite boons in the first game, and now I have automatic firing for my attacks and the seeking arrow. So get wrecked. Yes, I have missiles upon missiles. I have missiles for days. I am the missile. No!
Tula, time to shine.
Tula, help! Get him, get him, get him, get him. Good kitty. Hex the bitch. Fuck you! Oh!
Got you again, O King.
That was hot.
In the name of Hades.
Whenever you take damage, shrug off to Your blast effects from Hephaestus inflict glow. Additional damage for 5 seconds. Whenever you enter a location, gain armor but prime magic. Both of these are really good, but stacking even more armor would be really helpful. Yeah, give me that. Oh boy.
So like, I mean, yeah, just, oh, you know, you know.
Just passing through.
What?
He's such a chud, I love him.
Don't the vicious creatures contaminating these chambers make this a rather dangerous place in which to laze about?
Oh, I've made clear to them that they don't stand a chance with me at all. In my position, it's not good to send mixed messages, both for my suitors' sakes and for my own.
Okay, so max life and bones, max magic and grass. Ooh! Okay, I need the nightshade though. I need it for Thanatos. So give me that.
Best wishes.
Thank you.
Yes! Alright, we're in the money. What's up, bitch? Bonk! Oh, that's Steve, that's Steve. Yeah, get in the Steve, idiot. Yeah, just stay there. Just stay there. I would say you can stop.
All right.
Wait, where's my... There you are. Oh, I don't care about either of these. Give me the ash, I guess. Oh, fuck.
Got you.
Now, I'm actually taking a lot of hits. I could have hexed them. That probably would have been more effective.
Don't be frightened. There.
Nailed it! Ooh, okay, so we're good on health. Let's go get...
Olympus, I accept this message.
Most foes' range shots are slower. Gain dodge with more boons. How many boons do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it'd be like a 5% dodge chance or something. What do I have? I don't have anything in my cast yet. Not surprising. But I do like being able to dodge abilities more. And then let's go ahead and get some magic to deal with the priming.
I like your outfit.
Well, thank you.
Agent lady, welcome back. So who's this knight you're working for? And who else has she signed? She sounds intense.
I spoke of the one and only night, whose presence fills the underworld and surface. She is one of the eldest primordial powers, yet the Titan Kronos thought he could stop her.
Okay, Melinoi, let's be a little more casual, alright? You're bringing it on a little heavy right now.
Ooh, sounds like some healthy competition. Well, if this knight really wants us to sign with her, she'd better make a good offer. Else Mr. Kronos might snatch up all the talent. And here we go!
Excuse me, I'm just gonna go deal with this real quick. already dead. Oh, fuck. I don't know how I didn't take that hit, but I'll take it. Okay, she's immune to Hex. There we go.
Give it up for Jenny!
Good set, Jenny. I actually really like the
Peace and
music.
quiet. There it is.
Oh shit, there was a talking point. Whatever.
Out of here.
Yeah, I definitely like Coral Crown more than Claw Your Eyes Out, but all in all, like, just really good.
All this sorrow.
If Skill and the Sirens put out an album, I would buy it. Alright, where's the bow?
More of those shades.
No, I didn't say you could do things. Alright, so let's go. Oh, it's just one, so let's go ahead and grab that. Thank you. Oh, there's the bow.
Tucked away. Show me the way.
Alright, so we got the palm. Ooh, extra money. I do like extra money. Hold on, excuse me. And then they exploded. Oh, that's fun. Okay, so then give me this and this. 5% damage or lasts longer. Give me a longer hex. I like that idea. Oops, sorry, Tula.
Nemesis.
What? Hi.
Not a proper suit of armor you've got on, but it's a start. Make yourself useful.
Focus on yourself.
I didn't say you could do things.
That's it.
11-0. Get the fuck out of here. Attacks deal more damage and inflict hits. Your specials cause blast whenever you enter. Yes, more armor. More armor. Endless armor. I'm gonna skip the mid boss though. Sup, fuckers? Whoa, hi! Whoa, rude on his part. I didn't say you could suck. Suck. Ow. I took more damage from running into those thorns than I took from that fight.
Illuminate my path.
I think I kind of stumbled into a really good build.
Point secured. Olympus, I accept this message.
Your cast deals damage 3 times. Your blast from Hephaestus inflict glow. Your attacks and special deal more damage to armor. The only reason I'm really considering the anvil ring is because I don't have any cast effect yet. But the glow effect does seem really good. Let's do that.
My silver.
Oh, Echo! Where's my dear Echo?
And caught.
A
It's a
soul bee?
Don't you
so
despair,
sad.
Echo.
Oh, my dear little...
Echo, don't you despair. Echo, don't you despair.
Let's see. Okay, so extra health and magic, gain 50% dodge chance, double the level. I do like the dodge chance.
See you next time.
Next time. Next time.
She's such a sweetheart. Such a good girl.
Ooh.
Alright, so what do we got? Hammer? Yes. Yes, this is gonna be so good. Alright. Got Hermes Boon right off the bat. Let's go ahead and get that. Hi! No! Cease! You're bullshittery!
Foolish.
Oh shit, it's wrong. Where's my headshot going? Oh, he's just dead. He blew out. My head's just kind of trailed off into the distance. So that sucks.
In the name of Hades.
Any gain is worth more. Receive 100 now plus the bonus whenever you slay a foe. Deal 1% more damage. Oh. I do like money. How much money do I have now? 465? Give me money.
Greater might.
Thank you, Hermes. Kronos will be very... or not Kronos. Well, Kronos will be happy too when I shove this gold god down his goddamn throat, but I was thinking of Karen. What's up, idiots? Bye!
And now my claim.
Alright, where's the golden bow? Because we're still missing
Grow
stuff.
golden once again.
There you are. Normally I'd be so happy to find a Yiro lying around. And now it's just kind of like, I mean, that's nice. I appreciate that it's still out there. I should have saved it for the end, but... There we go. Alright. Hammer time!
That one again.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a little snap, a little pick-me-up. No. No, 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 no. Goodbye. Okay, your specials launch and fly faster. You're fully charged attack has 100 power. After blocking with your Omega attack, your special auto fires 5 shots, reloading in 3 seconds. Give me this.
My silver shines. Think I can finally go.
I really do need to get better at using the block chance, but my specials are also so stupidly good right now that it's like, yeah, just make that better.
Spirits of the dead.
Oh boy, fly me down. Oh boy, fly me down. No problema.
Hear me, on my authority.
Whenever you run out, your Mega Moves create a fissure. Your damaging effects from Olympians are stronger for each boon giver. Yep, there you go. You need to block when you can just... That's basically what I've been doing. Like, I just run in and punch things, and the missiles fly out and blow everything up so quickly that it's just like... It's not even a problem. Hey, Tisho, game is going pretty good. We're on a good run right now. Now that I've said it, we probably fucked it up, but how's your weekend going?
You're very vigilant, I'll grant you that.
Okay, don't forget me next. Tula, wake up, honey. Down, boy.
Spirits of despair, be gone.
3 frightful yet familiar canine countenances then emerge.
Good boy. There's still missiles flying. Yeah, there's the good boy. He's going through a lot right now. But hey, don't be sad, chat. We'll get him. We'll get him back. We'll get the good boy.
You don't belong here. I can show you to a better place.
We can take him back? Alright, chat, we're going home. You can come chill at my place. It's a lot nicer than here.
Good.
Woo! I'll see you back at the ranch, chat.
Next.
Alright, sip sip. And down we go.
Unseen. Almost there.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a little more square than round, but same vibe, for
Chambers
sure.
of Tartarus, a line.
Here we go.
Confound it, but you are a difficult one to pin down.
Yeah, it runs in the family. Ah, Tula! Could you help, please? There you go. fucking express gates don't give me shit. And he's dead. God damn. Just nothing but exploding sheep. Oh, do I want to deal with a... Oh, wait. Okay, so it's either going to be the giant bag or the rat wizard. You can deal with that.
That massive satyr's
rat
back.
wizard! And you're done. I'm going to Evo.
Prometheus himself leading the assault against us. One of our sole allies amongst Titan kind to become a bitter foe. All because of how we treated him. All because he knows which side shall be victorious when all is said and done.
Does he though? That was just the fight back emote, except it was just me. There was only me. Your cast inflict daze and deal a burst of damage before they expire. Your cast expand.
Worth taking the longer route.
Father!
Greetings, Father.
Daughter. The resting hound of hell makes plain he wishes not to be disturbed.
Okay, we'll try again later.
All bound in chains of hardest adamant. The erstwhile lord and master of the dead now is a prisoner within the realm the fates themselves decreed was his by right.
I'm sorry, Father.
I cannot believe that I'm asking, but how fares Olympus in all this? Even trapped within this chamber, it is evident to me that the Titan's legions are at war.
Did Prometheus do anything else? I believe that is the main myth that he is associated with. I don't know if he shows up in any others. I know he's a Titan. So, like, he was part of the pre-Olympic pantheon. And then I guess sided with them, but then turned and gave humanity fire.
The surface swarms with the dead, and the armies of Kronos are besieging the mountain. Our family is holding them back. I've been trying to break the stalemate in their favor, but all in all, it's not a pretty sight up there right now.
Not a pretty sight up there. You mean to say you've seen all this firsthand? How?
You mean our birthright? Would you believe I learned a means by which I could withstand the surface climate for a while? Long enough to make a difference up there. Or to try.
Hades is such a proud papa.
Impossible. Yet seemingly all these impossibilities continue to occur. So you must vanquish the Titan, as well as come to the rescue of Olympus. How utterly absurd that you are burdened with all that.
Restore health for 1% of damage taken. After you take damage, go dark and be a... Your dash strikes surrounding foes with a punishing sweep that inflicts scorn.
Indeed. May it be of use.
Cool.
Thank you, Father. In shadow I serve.
To shadow you return.
Alright. Okay, I think that's it. Excuse me. Hi! Goodbye! Shut up. Oh, there they are. Oh, lasers for days. Do things, please. Thank you. Extended ferret family got rarefied. Nice. Ooh. What's up, bitch? Bonk. Oh, you are approaching me. You probably shouldn't do that. I would not recommend it. It's bad for your health.
Foes eliminated.
Alright, so now we've got 5, so we can definitely get this. Your axe also inflicts every curse you can inflict using other abilities. That's so stupid. Axe lasts for 2 seconds. Okay, so do this, and that, and that, and then I've got 2 more points. So we'll do... let's do damage increase.
The sheer might of the moon.
So even if we don't get the benefit of the... even if we can't actually return him, we can still... Jesus Christ. Your specials cause a blast every 7 seconds. Your blasts from Hephaestus inflict glow. Let's do that. I do like the extra damage from the blast. I think it's more important to have it happening more frequently rather than getting an increased glow. Hello? There you are. Like that. Like that. Jesus Christ.
Fishing point there. Tula, go for it. Come on out. Come on,
goldfish. God damn it. What the fuck? Oh, they're all hitched though. Incredible. Yes, you were very helpful, darling.
Good find.
Alright. Really fun. Seriously, you gotta set a limit. You gotta set a limit, chat.
I know you were expecting me, Sunshine, but my glorious stepmother, the Queen, would like a word. This instant.
Oh boy!
So I better step aside, alright?
Oh boy.
You see, my dear, there are yet those upon Olympus who show their queen the proper deference. Seek not to earn the love of your subjects. Make them a bit afraid instead.
Jesus, lady. In each encounter, the first foe you slay returns to 5... Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, bet. Whenever you take damage, you lose money before you lose health. Chat. Chat. Okay, so it'll take 3 gold for every hit point that I would lose. I have 483 gold. 222 armor, 174 health, and 1.5 death defiance.
Here in fathomless Tartarus, the god's cruel predecessor Kronos commands his renegade forces, maneuvering against Olympus whilst holding the underworld in his thrall.
If I lose this fight,
can't get to him here.
I might actually just need to uninstall the game because I don't deserve it. I have something like 600 health.
Still in that dress?
Yeah, bitch, what of it? I look fire.
You have considerable power over time. That you can turn some of my innate power against me. Perhaps your knack for this is merely a recessive family trait.
Don't insult me and don't fool yourself. When you took my family, you created in me a lifelong desire to see you destroyed. So I simply prepared.
A lifelong desire. Your life, girl, is but a blink of an eye to me. No one achieves abilities as yours through force of will alone. Though you are no mere god. You are a witch.
You're goddamn right I am. Now, excuse me, I need to make a friend. You. You want help? Holy shit! Hex!
It's my chosen form.
Okay, he cannot be hexed, but he can be damaged. No, you do not get to have friends. No friends for you, old man.
You rascal.
I'm good out here, thanks. Man, you are really throwing the little tanties right now, aren't you?
Weary of this dour place.
I grow quite weary of your dour face.
3, 2, 1.
God.
I have had it with you.
Shit! No! Woo! Ah! I fucked up. Oh! You fucked up. How did you miss that? I was right there. I literally couldn't move.
you. Some family you are. Go on and try to cast me out as they once did. See what good shall come of it.
So, chat. Okay, well, let's finish this first.
I intend to. Though if you wished to be part of the family so much, perhaps you oughtn't have waged war with them.
With them, you say, not us. You too are a reject daughter of Hades. Always shall be, and always would have been.
That's a weak pull, old man. You should die now.
My words.
Okay, so chat, I listed off my health.
What did I tell you?
At the start of the fight. At the end of the fight, I have 177 health, 226 armor, and 476 gold. I gained health by the end of the fight. That was absurd. That might have been my most badass run ever. Actually bullshit. I got an achievement for still having my Arachne dress by the end of the run. My god. Alright. That ruled. You're right. I didn't just slay Kronos.
Be not afraid. Rest easy now.
There you go.
Such power.
All of time condensed in a moment. Anything else down here? Doesn't seem like it.
Got you, you wretch.
I could just beat him up. That would be great if it actually caused him to respawn and we just do the fight again.
All right, brother.
The ancient mirror of night, that conduit of dark primordial power from before time took hold, lies forgotten amid the myriad possessions of the captive underworld prince.
An ordinary mirror, nothing more.
Really? Man, even the posters are still up.
To the abyss of the subconscious, I descend. It worked.
Where did Tula go?
Night and darkness, guide me to my blood beyond the grasp of time.
She looks a bit like Mother, doesn't she? Which means... oh, blast. I never thought... I look just like him then. Only without the beard. Ugh.
Get a look into your future, Zag.
Ah. Hi there, Menenui. My investigation into our grandfather's scheming has begun, though difficult to make good progress without telling anybody what I'm up to. Don't take this the wrong way, but this truly is your only idea.
Yes, I don't think I can stop Kronos here. Even Olympus is stuck trying to keep his forces at bay. And he's far too hateful and hard-headed to stop on his own.
That's our family for you. Father certainly has no love for Kronos, but he never speaks of him. Do you happen to know what went over between them to have made things this bad?
Yeah, Kronos ate him, and then the gods killed Kronos and cut him up into many little pieces. So there's a lot of bad blood on both sides, you know?
You're in a better position to ask our father about that than I am. Kronos was a tyrant, and his children wouldn't have it. The Fates themselves deemed that the gods should rule. But that apparently wasn't enough for him.
So now you want me to stop them for you? I mean, for us. I've had mixed experiences vanquishing certain members of our family before, but that wasn't forever. And you've said next to nothing about how you expect me to do it.
Look, I have knowledge of an incantation known as dissolution of time. It requires several complicated steps I shall explain along the way. If it works, it should unravel him.
Okay, but what happens when you do that?
Unravel him. That's a little vague for me, unless Kronos turns out to be a spool of yarn. Can you be more specific?
If he were a spool of yarn, then Tula would be able to one-shot him.
Unmake him. Destroy his ambitions along with him. Undo all the harm he caused. A threefold family bond is required. You, me, and Kronos. Then we shall infuse a special weapon with the negation of his very being. I'll get into that later.
Ooh.
Well, great. I think you cleared everything up. Though I'll admit I don't like having to kill our family members just because Father doesn't know how to get along with them.
I mean, it goes a little bit deeper than that.
You would blame Father in all this. Blast. Kronos is starting to revive. I have to go. Keep searching for any sign of him. And remember, this is for all of us.
I will, and I understand, I think. We didn't ask to be born into this, but it's what we got. We'll handle it as best we can.
That's right. Thank you, brother. Take care of yourself. And be kind to Mother, Father, Cerberus, and all for me. From mists of memory, return to Shadow now. To hell and back. To heavens next.
Yeah, we might give that another run just to see how it goes.
We really showed him, didn't we, Freenos?
I think Artemis is here, though. I hear her.
Approach, witch.
What's up, girl?
You think that you achieved a victory, witch? You merely prolonged your demise, for the Titan whom you vanquished possesses but the smallest fraction of my power.
Yogi.
So you heard. I'm surprised and humbled that you deigned to pay my meager accomplishments any heed, O Spirit. How did you know?
I am all-knowing.
Also, the shades out there were going off about it. Some of them are right outside the tent. Told them they can't come in, but they're still out there, I think.
Thank you for keeping them at bay.
Well, I mean, it's her tent.
May moonlight guide us.
Terror engulf us.
On the one hand, I really don't know what I did to deserve this, but on the other hand, I really don't care. It's mine now.
It most certainly is. And there's more in it for you if you keep on haunting this tent.
It's a little thing. I don't think it was in the first game. I like that there are background elements to the talking cards. So there's actually like some reflection of where the conversation is happening, and it's not just the characters back and forth.
Mother, you have her hair at least. She seems so different from Headmistress, doesn't she?
Oh, well, there's a little shade. Aw, they're so cute.
And there she is. Shouldn't you be halfway down to Tartarus by now?
Yeah, went there, did that.
Princess, thank the fates you're well. Nemesis and I, we were just catching up. She's told me a lot about you.
Oh, great. I can imagine. Though, you never told me about your brother, Nemesis.
Got a lot of brothers. What's to tell? Never a good sign when he shows up.
That's true, she does have a lot of brothers. She has Moros, Thanatos, Hypnos. Malinoi's like, you didn't tell me your brother was so hot.
I'm afraid she's right.
Let me see.
Still haven't found the Fates. The daughter of the god of the dead shall behold the full power of the vow of rivals, and go through the unseen by vanquishing the first set of guardians. Shall expose the next. Raise any aspect to 5. That's a lot of upgrading. Gifted loop. Oh! I did all of them? Oh yeah.
A matter of time.
Do you think that's gonna get us any extra favor with wife?
I've heard about the latest happenings, sister, but we'll discuss them out there on the hunt. Not while we're here.
Hiding in plain sight, keeper of the night.
Gotta keep this fucking place clean. Yep. Otherwise, it's just gonna pile up. Karen! What's up, bruh?
Death to Kronos.
Hey, broker, how you doing, buddy?
Just checking up on you.
Ooh, moon dust.
I'll take it.
Wait, the moon dust down in Karen's shop was like 1,000 gold. Or was that something else?
Something for me.
Nice.
All part of the task. You prevailed in your attempt, but our enemy is time itself. And it would seem that he is not prepared to abdicate his stolen throne as yet.
That's okay, I'll kick his ass as many times as he needs until he can't sit on it.
I often fought back feelings that this task would be impossible. But we're getting somewhere, aren't we?
Impossibility tends to be transient. Time would wear us down, but with patience, we can withstand him until our night arrives at last.
Patience, then.
1 second at a time.
What's to be done?
Okay, so we're still missing the mystery element that Malinois spoke of, but we need to kill him 4 more times, and then we'll be set up for it. Alright, and we could make another shadow extraction.
Odysseus on leave.
What can we do here? Let's do another nightshade just in case. And then I guess we'll see if we need anything, but we got the nightshade from Narcissus. So we could actually do the aspect of Thanatos
Grant
right
me
now.
the aspect of Thanatos.
Oh, that guy, huh?
Hell yeah. Oh, and it's his aspect. Or it's his night. Alright. Bet. Can upgrade Eos. Okay, so we need the nightmares once the aspect has been unlocked. Gotcha. Cool.
There's no way she could have. Oh, hey!
It's Chad!
Good shade, you made it here. I see you're getting acclimated to this place.
Hey, by the way, I meant to say nice going on occasion of achieving your objective and all that. You did achieve it, right? Show Kronos the what for?
I was able to defeat him, yes, Commander. But my ultimate objective is far from complete.
Ah, well, that's objectives for you. Soon as one's complete, along comes another. But you are gonna keep knocking them dead.
By your leave.
Alright, so make this. So yeah, we need 2, and then it's Eris again. Fuck. Alright, that's fine. That's fine, we can deal with it. But I think that was a really good run. And doing another one would take longer than I think I want to right now. So, why don't we take a break? Why don't we go ahead and take a break? And then we will switch over and do some art times. Sound good, everybody? What I will do, let's head back. And we will go join Artemis for our break. But it's a good opportunity, everyone, to do those mortal things.
Artemis?
You know, get something to eat, something to drink, stretch, use the bathroom, take a moment. And yeah, when I come back, we will do art time. So let me do this really quickly. Put the banner up. And I'm going to run some ads while I'm gone as well. So I'll see y'all very shortly. All right. Bye.
Take shelter from the above, in safety and in solitude. The sisters wait, unseen, hidden in the wild wood, sheltered by the dark. The Silver Sisters wait. The moon marks her passage silently, watching with the eye of night above us all, hiding in plain sight, keeper of the night.
Sorry about that, chat. I took a minute to have a little bite to eat. Did everyone have a good break? So two things. One, little thing that I want to say about ladies and roguelikes in general, but before that, I saw a notification come up on Boru's Discord. Apparently, if any of you guys have Mecha Chameleon, there was a malware exploit that has gone through the community, or gone into the game. Let me just pull up the announcement and I'll read it off here. One moment. Where did it go? Here it is. So, game may be compromised by malware, and at least one mod map has been confirmed to be. The official Steam page posted an update claiming the game itself is not compromised, but confirming that there is a vulnerability with modded maps, with at least one being confirmed to contain malware. The attempt to fix this is how their Discord server got hijacked. That being said, if the owner of the official Discord server was hit, which seems to be the case, then it's entirely possible that the game is also compromised and they haven't realized it yet. At the very least, the vulnerability is still active currently, so any modded map could be compromised. So, you may wish to uninstall the game, or at the very least delete all modded maps, and wait for the all clear before opening it again. So just a little heads up on that for anybody that does have it and has been playing it. I'll copy it over to the Discord as well for anyone that might be so concerned about it. Yes. Right. Now, with that said, let's go ahead and tab out of this. We're going to start this and switch over. Let's turn the banner off. Head to Clip Studio. So, I want to show you guys, because I went in, sorry, like I was talking about, and kind of figured out what I want to do with our little goblin girl. So, as a quick brush up, this is more or less where we left off before. I was pretty happy with it, and I was like, there's something we could do, right? Something a little bit extra. And essentially what I sort of came to the conclusion of was to make it a little bit extra. So I sort of, as I was saying on Discord, I made the bigs a bit bigger and I made the smalls a bit smaller. So like the waist is a little bit thinner, the hips are a little bit wider, just so that, like, you know, the proportioning is more noticeable. You know, the sort of upper part of the hair coming off of the head, a little bit thinner, flares out a bit more at the bottom. Made the hands a little bit bigger. Add a little bit more detail into the tail, so it's got some spotting to go along with the hair now. And then also, you know, I think it helped just to sort of color out some of the details around the eyes. Make those more distinct. I do want to give her bag back, I just didn't include it in this drawing. And then just a little bit of breakup on the skirt, or the dress, so it's not the same thing top to bottom, I think helps out. Little shifts of value and saturation like that, you know, sort of keeping it within the same color, but, you know, allowing for a little bit of breakup are helpful ways to sort of introduce detail and complexity without making something too noisy, right? So yeah, I really like her. I think she's a lot of fun. I was thinking a little bit earlier, she kind of, to me, has like a bit of a Judy Hopps thing going on, that like she is a goblin, and goblins have a reputation, shall we say, that she is trying to get out from under, but sort of in opposition to where Judy in Zootopia constantly is butting heads against it and is trying to prove the opposite. She's much more open to exploiting the stereotypes, right? That everyone just sees a dumb goblin that you can convince like a sword is worth 5 copper and that's, you know, a grand fortune. And she's like, yeah, okay. I imagine her saying, you know, something to the effect of that she considers herself to be something of an alchemist. She has this neat little trick where she can take a copper, single copper here, and work a little magic on it, and suddenly it's a silver. And then nice little trick, and it's a gold. Also, we were talking about a pendant last time, and I had the idea of like a little golden medallion of a crow's skull. Because crows do notoriously like shiny objects. So it seemed like a fitting icon for her. So yeah, I love her. She's so cute. She's excellent. I don't know if I can make her into a D&D character, but I would really like to try. I don't know what she would be. Maybe a rogue. Maybe a swashbuckler? Maybe a swashbuckler with a different coat of paint could work. I'll think on it. Anyway, I just wanted to show you guys the off-stream work, where I got to with that. But today, we're going to be focusing in on this kid. Let me pull up. So I went in and took a bunch of screenshots yesterday of the 3 ships in No Man's Sky that I wanted to use. And what I thought to do would be sort of the same thing that we did with the Vespa, that I think we will have to do a lot more painting over with them. Is I took them in the positions that I wanted them to be for our drawing. So I can kind of just drop them in like that. Unfortunately, so No Man's Sky has a good photo mode. Like, it's nice, but there's definitely some stuff about it that I wish was a little bit more controllable. Also, the lighting is always so, like, striking and stylized. Like, it's really hard to get a good reference image because there's always something affecting the shot, right? The best that I could really do, which I did do for the ships on the sides, was I went back to the hangar and just kind of landed, because I'm like, that's neutral enough that it's fine. I can live with that if I need reference color, and I think I actually will keep this on side just in case. I did the same thing for the Sentinel ship. I did not do it for the solar ship. I did take a shot, but it does have some atmospheric effects messing with it. Put this right here. I'll put this right here, just to have them on the side as reference for my own purposes, if I need to pull the colors or whatever. But I think what we'll do, first and foremost, is let's move you where you need to go, right? Got that. And then let's see. See, this is the part that I was really concerned about. It's like, how are we going to get it? How are we going to isolate these from each other? And the answer is, I don't. That's kind of what I figured was going to have to happen, so I'm just going to knock him into the background and we'll just do a draw over. I don't think there's really a way that we can make this work simply. That's all right. I'll just grab red as a placeholder. It's still easier than trying to freehand it, you know? And no, I definitely don't love my solar ship because it reminds me of a Naboo starfighter. That's slanderous talk. It's like halfway between a Naboo starfighter and a pod racer. Oh, so what I was going to bring up with roguelikes. So I noticed this with Hades, but I've also noticed it playing Against the Storm. My initial thinking was one of the things that I feel is quite different between Hades 1 and Hades 2. I feel like in the first game, you would get... I can't put an exact number, but I would say something to the effect of 5 or 6 gods would show up in a run, right? So you would get your starting one. There's always Daedalus hammers that would show up. But, you know, you might start off with Zeus, and then Poseidon shows up, and then Aphrodite, and Artemis. And, you know, at a certain point, you're like, okay, this is all of the gods that are going to show up in this run, right? There is a very specific number that you can expect. And I feel like in Hades 2, that is much less the case. I feel like I will be, you know, a good way through a run, and then a god that has not shown up the entire time will suddenly appear. I feel like the limitations on how many can show up is much more easygoing than in the first game. I think that's fine for me. One of my issues with roguelikes in general is the idea of trying to create a build when you have so little control over, you know, when something is going to show up, if it shows up at all. So you're basically just hoping that you get the thing that is going to be beneficial to you, and if you don't, then, well, that's tough. But the thing that I was sort of considering and wanted to bring up for your consideration is, I think if I were making a roguelike, there would be certain things that you can get, certain power-ups, certain abilities, certain unlocks, whatever the case may be, that only show up throughout a particular part of the run. So if we're looking at Hades, you know, like one of the Demeter boons is like every 5 encounters, one of your boons will randomly, like a random boon will increase its level, which is good if you get it in like the first or maybe the second area. By the time you get to the 3rd area, and definitely by the 4th, you're like, okay, I'm gonna get this to pop a handful of times. It's not worth picking up over taking something else. So I feel like I would put in, if I were the designer, I would put in a condition that if you don't get it by a certain threshold, it just falls out of the pool, right? You just don't see it anymore. And I think similarly, so in Against the Storm, you know, the Against the Storm has, how might I say, not quite a tech tree, but I guess like the most straightforward example would be you get grain. You either get grain from wild grains that grow on the map, or you can start a farm which will produce grain. You can then take the grain to one of the buildings that will convert it into flour. And you can then take that flour and use it to produce biscuits or pies, you know, complex meals that, you know, better satisfy the food requirements of your villagers and can fulfill their sort of racially specific needs. Right? So giving them complex food is more rewarding, but also more demanding than just having them eat the basic food supplies, the basic foodstuffs. That's all, you know, that part is fine to me. But the way Against the Storm works is you have a number of building types, or a number of buildings that you unlock by default. I'm actually gonna make an executive decision to nudge the tail back just a little bit, because it's my ship and I want to. So you have a number of buildings that you always have access to from the start of each round, or each run. And then the rest of them, you need to unlock. Every time you increase your reputation, you get access to a set of blueprints and you can pick one of them. Or, you know, if a trader comes by, they might have a blueprint among their wares and you can spend money to unlock that blueprint. You know, there's a possibility that a building will already exist on the map in a dilapidated state and you can spend resources to restore it, at which point it becomes usable. Right? So there are a number of ways that you can go about it, but it's all chance-based. So, you know, let's say you start a round, you start a game, and you have, you know, you open up your set of blueprints and you are immediately given as an option a building that will let you produce biscuits. And you're like, okay, cool. I do like that because I have, you know, races that want biscuits and it would be good to be able to supply that. But I don't have a small farm. So I don't have the production for the grain, and I don't have a building that can produce flour. So I can make the biscuit if I can complete all of the other steps prior to get to that. And in some games, that's fine, right? Some games is like, okay, I am setting myself up for this long-term goal, and I will work towards completing it. But it's not really your decision whether you go down that tech tree, right? You might just not get the other buildings necessary to complete it. It's unlikely because there are so many buildings and they all sort of overlap that at some point you'll probably get a building that makes flour. It's not a guarantee, but it's a decent chance. Grain is a very mixed bag because technically you can make flour with root plants. So if you have access to that, then you can make it work. But I don't know. It always annoys me a little bit when I'm playing the game and it starts giving me like complex recipe production buildings. I'm like, no, I need my basic material acquisition buildings first. Give me those, and then I will start worrying about the complex crafting. But the game, I think, doesn't really have anything in its system to prioritize basic production over complex production. And I wish there was some amount of that in the way that the game was designed. It doesn't have to be like a complete restriction because it would also kind of suck for the game to say, okay, well, you've reached this level, so you should have all of your starter buildings or all your basic production buildings, and we won't offer those anymore. I don't want it to do that. I don't want it to rule things out entirely, but I think compared to my Hades example, where that's saying that a certain thing probably should stop by after a certain point. I think with Against the Storm, there are some buildings that I wouldn't want to show up until a certain point. But I don't think I would ever want the game to stop offering me a particular type of building. The really bad ones are the I'm not sure what the category is called, but there are a number of them that don't produce anything. They're only consumption buildings. So like the tavern, the monastery, the market take items that are produced by other buildings and then stock them, and your villagers are able to go to those buildings and fulfill their needs. So like you can't, you have a building that produces ale, people can't just go to the storehouse and drink the ale there. They need to go to a building that will provide the leisure the leisure perk that requires ale to be activated. But the challenge there, again, is, okay, so you're giving me the tavern right at the start of the game. I don't have any of the things necessary to produce the wine or ale that the tavern uses as its stock. So for a while, this building is at best 50% effective. And that's kind of optimistic. So I would rather the game just wait until my production is more established and I have a better idea of whether I'm going to be able to meet certain requirements for those late game buildings. But that's just like my opinion, man. Oh, okay, I see. There's like a little pylon? Yes, there's a little cannon or something in between the four main pylons. And the other one, unfortunately, kind of tangenting right here. So I'll just cut it down. It's fine. So yeah, if I were making a roguelike, I think I would at least try that. I would at least see if that works as a mechanic and it feels good. There's a game. Shit, what was it called? I linked it on Jin's Discord a little bit back. Let me go find the name of it. Of course they didn't include it in the name. But it's an AC6 like mecha game. Very, very similar sort of movement mechanics, combat mechanics, customization options. Very AC6 coded. And they released their game demo to Steam, to get some feedback. And, got a lot of positive response. But, they made a video sort of talking about their experiences with releasing the demo and some of the feedback they received, and just sort of thinking about how they parse some of it. And, they were very candid that a game designer will receive feedback and sort of weigh, like, how many people are saying it, how much is that, like, yes, this is the intended conflict that you are expected to overcome. How much is it a skill issue as opposed to, no, this is actually like creating frustration in the player and we don't want to do that, so we should revise it. One of the things that they pointed to was they added a mechanic a little bit before they released the demo where if you run into a surface too hard or too quickly, you get knocked back by an enemy attack, you will sort of recoil. You'll bounce off of it. Your mech will sort of flinch, for lack of a better word, and you take a little bit of damage. And while some people felt that the flinching animation was kind of funny, the general response was, this happens way too frequently. It's way too hard to not take, or to dodge every surface. And it was happening enough that the developer kind of looked at it and played it a bit and was like, yeah, okay. So they're saying, they're gonna mess around with it, but they're, right now they're looking at like increasing the threshold of speed needed to trigger the effect. They're removing the damage penalty entirely, so you don't suffer any damage for it. You just get the little recoil. So there's still a little bit of skill reward for, successfully navigating the environment without running into every surface like a drunk fly. But you aren't severely penalized for not, perfectly navigating every, single corner. And I think it's really common that, a designer will implement an idea because it sounds like a good idea. And then it makes first contact with the reality of play, and they go, well, actually, no, this kind of sucks. Or it doesn't work the way that we thought it would, and we need to revise the idea. I think it's beyond common. I think that is just normal for the design process, right? A good designer will know how to look beyond. I got stuck between beyond and past. Look past their, the fact that it's their precious baby, and make a more logical decision on what is best for the game, what is best for the experience that you're trying to put forward to the player. I mean, I have not put a lot of my game mechanics through rigorous testing, but that is definitely something I'm going to have to do. Is, if I get to a point where testers are saying, yeah, this is, like, it's working, but this mechanic sucks. I'll probably try and dig a little bit deeper and like, okay, well, how does it suck, right? What about it is not working the way that you expect it to, or is frustrating to deal with, so on and so forth. But if it kind of gets to a point of like, yeah, this mechanic is just not working as intended, then it's better for the game in general to just scrap it rather than say, but I like that. It's my baby. I worked so hard on it. Excuse me. That looks pretty good, I reckon. I think I would declare. Okay. Then was I smart enough to grab? I think I grabbed back views on a couple of them. I know I did for the fighter. I don't think I did for the other ones. I did not for the other one. It looks like the Sentinel fighter only has one contrail. It does have engines on the outside of the wings. That's interesting. Okay. So let's do this. I'm gonna grab color. Howdy, Mage. Happy Saturday, happy weekend. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. And then the fighter, kind of dumb. It's got 5 engines. It is for going very fast, I suppose. Okay, yeah, I see. Lost track. It's so good. It's a Saturday. Saturdays are for losing track of time. I think that works. Definitely gonna need to paint them in properly, but I think what I'll actually do is just, I don't know, I don't think I want to put like too much detail into them. So we're just gonna take these guys, and you're gonna go like that, you're gonna go like that. Did I not hit it? I did not hit it. Whoopsie. Could have sworn I did. Well, my bad. Let's see. How do I want to deal with this? Let's leave it there for now. We'll see what I end up wanting to do, if I want to put more detail into it. Yeah, glad you could make it. Alright, let's put some painting into the character, and then I think we will work some on the planet. And go from there. So I have been seeing that the Odyssey movie has been doing quite well. It seems to be getting a very strong reception. So, I don't know. Maybe I gotta eat my shoe. I don't necessarily think I'm wrong, but I guess they did something right with it. I hear both sides. Okay. Well, at the very least, I've heard it has made a lot of money. Like a shit ton of money. I'll check it out at some point. I'm not gonna go rush to the theater to see it. It's not historically... You're right. It is not historically accurate in that it's a goddamn myth. It's not even like technically correct. It's just dumb. Wow. Thank you, Mage, for the 105 stream streak. My goodness. Spider-Man might be fun. I did see the trailer for Avengers Doomsday, which I will be honest, looks like a pretty fun movie. I'm very open to it, let's say. Maybe perhaps even excited. Part of the problem for me is, let's say I wanted to do my due diligence and catch up on all my Marvel homework prior to going to see Doomsday. There are 11 Marvel movies that I have not seen since Endgame. And frankly, as I was going through the list, I was surprised that I had seen as many Marvel movies as I had post Endgame. I thought I had been slacking more. For sure, for sure. So, I don't know. I could probably go into it fine and be like, this is a good movie. I enjoy it without seeing every Marvel movie prior. I'd probably be fine. There'll probably be a few characters I'm like, who dat? But, you know, it's not mission critical to be completely caught up. So it's tiring. It's almost to the point of being tiring. Of just like, I have complained, and I was talking with one of my friends about Gundam stuff. Because they're a big Gundam fan. And, you know, I was sort of mentioning my MS Gundam experiences and talking about stuff in general, and we got talking to Witch from Mercury. And, you know, I was saying, like, I liked it. It's just Witch from Mercury had a lot of background information on the chemistry, not the chemistry, the politics and, like, background lore, you know, the history and everything. So there's a bunch of stuff that the show kind of tells you about, like, who everyone is and where everything is located, and it's not super important until it's suddenly very important, and you're like scrambling to remember who everyone is and why they're about this, and it's just like the pacing in that regard feels very not good. And I was saying that to my friend, and then they told me about, so they did that thing where there's like extracurricular material. There's like a manga or something that they released beforehand, and there's a prequel episode that sets a bunch of stuff up. I did see the prequel episode. I saw episode 0, but I never read anything on it. And I'm like, you guys need to stop doing this. You need to stop putting like critical information into particularly other forms of media is the most egregious. That is, in my opinion, the worst. But even outside of that, just the idea of, no, you have homework before you can fully watch and enjoy this. You need to like go watch these other things. I mean, admittedly, the sort of inverse of that, I guess, would be that they have to like recap everything for all of the people that haven't seen a prior movie. So the movie would get very slowed down of reintroducing all the characters and being like, who are you? And then they like give their tragic backstory, and you just kind of have to like go down the list as each character appears. That part would also suck. That would not be a lot of fun. So I don't think they should necessarily do that. I don't know. Fantastic Four, the Loki. I fucking forgot about the Loki series. I still haven't seen that. I watched what I watched. I watched the Scarlet Witch show. What was that? WandaVision. I watched that. That was a good show. I like that. Marvel up to Endgame. I did see Doctor Strange. It was alright. I love Doctor Strange, like visually and everything, but I'm also willing to admit that the movie was not the best one. One plot point might need to be taken from Love and Thunder. Yeah, and I've heard Love and Thunder was not particularly good, so I'm not really keen to see it. That's the other thing, I think. And this is being a little unfair, perhaps. But up till Endgame, like, I was excited to see Marvel movies. A new one would come out and I'd be like, ooh, I love these. And now it's much more like, yeah, but this one's not super good. I don't really know if I want to, like, spend the time to watch it. I don't know if I care that much. So, I don't know. I'll probably go see it at some point. I don't know if I'm gonna go to the theater to see it or just try and catch it later. But I'll go at some point. There's no way that Disney was ever going to do it, but I kind of wonder where we would be if they just allowed the Marvel movies to go into incubation for a little while. Like, we got through Endgame, which was the big project, right? That was what the MCU had been building to. I don't know if that was the plan from the beginning, but that was definitely the climax of the entire thing. Direct sequel to Endgame. Well, that makes sense for the most part. I mean, it feels like a continuation of Avengers. Why are you not drawing? You are drawing. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, but like, I guess in sort of a similar way to what I was talking about before with Destiny and Final Fantasy, like, you got to this natural jumping off point of the story where and a lot of people, I think, did kind of say, okay, well, this has been a really fun ride, but I'm kind of ready to move on. I'm not, like, super jazzed about more MCU at this point. You know, like, I'll see, and that's kind of where I've been. It's like, I'll go see a couple of them if I'm particularly interested in the character, the story, or the actors or something, but I'm not gonna go out and see all of them like I might have pre-Endgame. And I kind of wonder, like, what things would be like if they sort of recognized there's a bit of fatigue setting in, right? There's a little bit of like we've done this so much, people are getting kind of worn out. Could really use a break and just let the MCU hibernate for a while, and then sort of come back with the idea of like, yeah, we did the thing. There was peace, and everyone kind of got to move on with their lives and go do other things. But some big new threat is rising from the shadows, and the Avengers need to come together again. And other people, you can start to have some movies like leading into it. But I do think that period of just like downtime, just let the franchise sit and rest and let people sort of get over the fatigue and be excited to see it again. As opposed to right now, I think there's a bit more of a feeling of like, yeah, fine, let's go. Jeremy Renner is going to be in Doomsday because I don't think there's been anything since accident. Oh, right. I don't know. I don't think it was in the trailer. They might have something small planned for him. I forgot about the accident. Speaking of Marvel characters, I was watching a video. How much of him? He's a cyborg. Being an actual cyborg is not as much fun as sci-fi makes it out to be. I was watching a video yesterday about Audie Murphy, who's a World War II soldier turned movie actor. And like going through his life, his story is like, I'm just sitting there going, oh, okay, so this is Steve Rogers. This is where you got the story for Steve Rogers. Scrawny little kid, orphaned. Audie had like 11 siblings, whereas I think Steve was an only child, but grew up in the Depression. World War II breaks out, tries to get into the service, too small, too scrawny, too young, can't do it. Fakes, or forges his papers, gets in, and despite everyone thinking that he's a scrawny little nothing, shows exemplary valor. Steve just had the benefit of being given a super soldier serum so that he could punch people rather than, facing mortal danger at every bullet. Very interesting story. Very interesting and kind of sad life that he lived. But I don't know. I think he did approach it with dignity, and I respect that. All right. It's looking a bit better. Just clean them. Just keep cleaning. There was one funny little bit from the Final Fantasy keynote last night. So, you know, they're showing off all the new areas. Or not all the new areas. They showed off a few. They showed off a couple. They showed off the realm ships that we were looking at earlier. And you know, they're showing off the player town that I think is situated on one of the realm ships. And, you know, Yoshida is talking about how, you know, they're putting together the presentation for FanFest. You know, everyone's been working hard producing the game and then putting the presentation together, and they're showing off, or they are going through the presentation video for the town, and sort of because of how the production schedule works, you know, sound design is frequently after a lot of the visual art design. And so, you know, they have the look and feel of the city coming along quite nicely, but they don't have the music for it. They don't have the background sounds and everything. So they get the presentation together, they're watching the video, and they were just going to put in some pre-existing music like the old Charlian music or something. And Yoshida's watching the video and is just like, man, I don't know. The Charlian music doesn't really work. Not really. I don't really like it. So Soken goes and knocks out a song for the presentation in one night. He's just like one and done's an entire like 90-second background track for this presentation. And that's why he's the GOAT. And like they kept stressing, it's like, this is not going to be the music for the city, but we just kind of wanted to acknowledge again that Soken's a badass, and we would be nothing without him. So thank you, Bard of Light. I wish I could make music like that. I do hope they use the music somewhere in the game. Like, the worst I would say about it was that I could see them wanting to polish it a bit more, but it was still a really nice track. Here, let me see if I can find the video for it. Here it is. Put this over. Stop. And then you stop. And you come back. 1. Yeah, good. I'm already such a sucker for this expansion because there's so many goddamn airships. I love the airships. I do wonder how they budget the environment. Like, if you're just making a little prop in the background, how many polys do you get for that? I mean, it's not going to be a lot, right? But how do they decide? I don't know. Push up the shading on this a little bit. Yeah, good. Did you see the other day, PlayStation services went down for most of the day. People who had their digital games couldn't access them too. Ooh. Oh. Well, that's dire. Yeah, I feel like we need to apologize to all of our friends who are like, no, I'm gonna keep having my physical copies of games and drag them around from apartment to apartment. And you're like, bro, just download them digitally, it's fine. It was not fine. It turns out it's a huge fucking problem. This is a good shot here. Well, it would be to a sane and sensible person. But I don't know at this point, I don't really trust any company to operate with sanity or sensibility. And I feel like somebody has already made the decision that they're going to do this, and you would have an easier time killing a god than convincing a corporate head to change their mind. But yeah, the even barring, like when the Xbox One was going to have an online, always online requirement, people were very upset about the prospect of that. And there are all of these real world scenarios of just not having a constant, reliable internet connection, which is still true for a lot of people. There are still a lot of people that rely on things like satellite internet because high-speed cable or fiber optic is just not a thing for them where they live. You know, you have people that like to take their stuff overseas for work, for deployment, whatever the case may be. And so, you know, they just don't have a standard hookup that they could be constantly connected to. And, you know, in the years since that debacle, I think the like general reliability and availability of good internet has improved. It has, but it's not absolute. And then to this point, it's like, okay, well, even when you have a good system that runs, you know, 95, 98% of the time, what do you do when that remainder kicks in? How do you build a system that is so perfectly redundant as to have 0 fault periods? Spoiler, you don't. It's not possible. I don't know. I can only hope that the blowback gets to them eventually. But I think that's still going to be a while. Oh, yesterday I was out on my ride. I was coming home. I was at the last leg of my ride, and I pull up behind a Tesla, and the dude is like 1.5 car lengths behind the next car at this red light, right? So I pull up, I'm behind the Tesla, the guy is like way behind the next guy up, and eventually a cop car pulls up behind me. And occasionally, the Tesla would inch up a little bit, and I see through the window, they have, you know how Teslas have that iPad, touch display, whatever, in the middle of the dashboard. It had on the display a view of, like, it had a digital, what's the word? Mock-up representation of all of the surrounding traffic, right? So it was like showing the lane that it was in and the surrounding cars and itself. I didn't see it, but I don't think it saw me on my bike, which is fun. But that aside, you know, the cars, or, you know, the light turned green and the car started going, and the Tesla did not go right away. So both the cop car and myself ended up getting screwed because the next light in the sequence turned before we could get through. So, you know, the cop sort of joked with me that guy screwed us, and I told the cop, I think what might have been happening was the driver was looking at the display and reading the information off of the display more than they were reading the traffic by looking out the window. I'm just like, what are we doing, man? That, or they were like testing how well this car could drive autonomously. I don't know. It was weird, but we had a good little chuckle out of it. I don't know. Some people just get so overly, not just like reliant or dependent, but that they become overconfident in the tech, that the machine can do no wrong. I love you, Torment Nexus. You would never make a mistake. You would never do anything evil. Torment Nexus, how could you betray us so? That's looking better. I was watching Coco. Who was it? Coco. It was the gang. It was Coco, Valk, Sunny, Boru. We're all playing. God, I don't remember exactly what it's called. It's a Lovecraftian survival. I guess you might call it an extraction game. Not repo. What was the quota game? Lethal Company. It's kind of like a Lovecraftian Lethal Company. So there's some island that's being, like, you know, haunted by cosmic horror, and you have to go in and collect and get out with as many resources and evidence of contamination and whatever as possible. And, you know, while you're there, stuff will sort of impact your sanity and you can start hallucinating, and, you know, stuff will try and kill you and all that. It was kind of a neat game. It is an early access, so, you know, there's still a lot of issues with it, but it seems like it's going in an interesting direction. But I was commenting that, you know, much like Lethal Company, there is an expected amount, there's a requirement that you have to, like, clear to progress, and you get, like, 2 retries before you game over. So, you know, if you come back and you haven't collected enough, you need to go back out there and try again. And I'm like, the real cosmic horror is capitalism. You did not get us enough from this island possessed by the embodiment of madness. Go again. Go back. But Sir Jones ate his own foot while he was out there. Well, it's a good thing he has too. Now go. Or Jonesy 2 Feet. Gonna need a new nickname now. Oh shit, I didn't get any reference for the raised arm. I should do that really quickly. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Give me a minute. Alright. Actually, that's a pretty good reference. I love it. I love that you can just find things on the internet. What does the underside of the arm look like in a form-fitting suit? It turns out something like this. I'm gonna knock some of the folds back a little bit so it's not quite so intense. It's fucked up what he did. I've mentioned this before, but I've been working my way through Mobile Suit Gundam. I like it. It's a good show. I think it is one of those things where the ideas that they had, they didn't necessarily know how to fully realize many of the ideas that they had, and so some of it comes across very silly, shall we say. It doesn't necessarily hit the mark of like the real sort of intensity of the drama or the seriousness of some of what they come across. It's not because they're trying to do it in a silly sort of dry humor, dark humor sort of way. It's just like, yeah, okay, guys. Like one of the episodes that I finished recently, Amuro came across a Xeon pilot hiding out on this island. But it turns out that the reason that the pilot was there was because he had taken part in this battle that, basically leveled an entire city. And, obviously a lot of civilian casualties, and he came across, a couple of children in the rubble. And his superior ordered him to kill the children. And so he fought his way out and took the children with him and went into hiding on this island to take care of them. And, try and sort of make up for atone for his sins. I was like, holy shit, dude, that's really dark. But then there's also a line where he says, I will show you mobile suit martial arts. And I'm like, it kind of deflated the situation a little bit. Kind of lost the thunder there, guys. I appreciate what you're going for. But also... it's got that soap opera style of melodrama, which admittedly is probably good that it did, because that helped it attract an audience in the early days. And if it didn't get the enough staying power, we might not still have Gundam today. So, that was the sacrifice, I guess you might call it. It was what needed to happen so that we can enjoy 50 years of Gundam, but also, I will show you Gundam martial arts! Mobile Suit Gundam is a gripping tale of the tragedies of war and loss and revenge and having to grow up too quickly and being entrusted with burdens that no one should have to bear. But also, I will show you Mobile Suit Martial Arts. You know, there's one point where there's a lot of the characters, you know, grew up in space. So they're not used to a natural environment, and the first time they see a thunderstorm, they think it's, you know, some enemy weapon that they've deployed, which I don't know, I'm pretty sure a thunderstorm has more power in it than any weapon that humans have ever come up with, but that's neither here nor there. Enough about that. And Amuro, the main character, let's keep in mind, Amuro is 15 years old. Imagine being 15. Think back to when you were 15 and imagine being given the keys to one of the strongest weapons ever created and being told to go just like fight a war somewhat by yourself, right? Like you have the means to our survival. Go fight all of these enemies for us. And then the rest of the crew wonders why Amuro is throwing a tantrum. It's like, the dude's going through a psychotic break. What are you talking about? But one of the other crew members goes to check on him, and he is huddled up on his bed, knees to his chin. His eyes are white, not like 1,000 yards there. Like, they just didn't draw him with pupils. He is actually possessed by a ghost. And it's like, oh, well, you know, it's just because the drawing of the character is so small, they couldn't get in there with the fine detail. No, they do a close-up, and his eyes are still just pure white. His soul has left his body. The kid is not all right. I don't know. It is a fascinating show. There are some things in it that are definitely holdovers of the 70s and not in the good way. There's some vibes in there that do not age well. But kind of hard to do anything about that at this point. Okay. What do I want to do? 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 Let's do... Let's save first off. Give me 1 second. I'm getting a little hungry. I'm gonna munch on something really quickly. I went and got some Greek food today. I don't know how crinkle cut fries became like a standard for Greek places, but I like it. Are potatoes American? Where do potatoes come from? Because I know tomatoes are American. That's one of the things. Like, people always get so up their own butts about like authenticity of stuff, especially like things like Italian food. Like, oh, that's not actual pizza. That's not how the Italians would make the pizza. Yeah, if the Italians made the pizza in like a purely Italian way, it wouldn't have tomato sauce. So fuck off. A purely like natively Italian pizza would basically just be cheesy bread, which, don't get me wrong, sounds really good, but the introduction or like the requirements of pizza need for there to have been international exchange, intercontinental exchange. So get off your thick horse about it. It's thick because they've been feeding it a bunch of pizza. It, you see, is the end. Don't feed horses pizza, chat. I don't think it's good for them. I can say with a reasonable amount of certainty that a horse would not handle pizza very well. I know. I'm sure Oguricap would be devastated to hear that, but it's true. There we go. No, I did not. Not to consider. I did not fill in the backlighting on the hair on the underside very well. So I think we're just going to kind of have to figure that out on our own. Found some really strong lighting back here so it shows up against the ring. Good. I think that works. That looks pretty good. There was a little bit more. Okay. Chat, you guys might not know either, but I'm gonna pause it to you. I understand how isekai or transmigration stories became as popular as they are. Honestly, it's a long-running genre, right? Alice in Wonderland is an isekai. It doesn't have, the modern tropes like getting hit by Truck-kun and all that, but it is a story of an everyday character getting transported to a fantastical world and, sort of adapting to the bizarre circumstances that they find themselves in. In a way, Stargate is an isekai by that logic, right? Tron is an isekai. Back to the Future, no, I wouldn't call that one an isekai just because the world is familiar. A lot of the jokes are from the fact that McFly does recognize the world and has, precognition on things that are going to happen. So that's not an isekai. But any story where the character is sort of put into a fish out of water situation by circumstance of involuntary relocation, I would say falls into the isekai transmigration genre, at least tangentially. There's elements of it, I would argue. But while I understand why that genre is popular, you know, the wish fulfillment escapist fantasy. Yeah, I get that. I get that. That's fair. That's fine. Somehow, it has gotten very strongly stacked with like RPG fantasy elements. And it seems like it's a very default mode of like, yeah, we're gonna have the character gets teleported to a new world, and for some reason this world runs on RPG mechanics. Like leveling up and stats and classes and adventurers guilds and all that bullshit. And I don't get why that specifically caught on as much as it did. I get it in some ways just because like it's familiar. It's a system that readers are kind of already acquainted with, and so it's like kind of easy to get into. But I don't know. I feel like it blew up way more than it had any right to. But I don't know. Feels more understandable controller than a real world. Guess it does make sense. When the world runs on quantifiable systems, it's easier to understand how to get control over and gain mastery of them, as opposed to the real world, which is like, I'll figure it out. Go. Good luck. Yeah, I can see that. That does make sense. I think for me, it takes a lot of the immersion out of it. Like when I'm playing a tabletop or I'm playing a video game, I expect there to be numerical systems and stats and all that because that's what the game requires to function, and that's fine. I'm not gonna hold it against a video game to have those. Because, like, just as an aside, Pokemon has long had many stat values associated with each character, with each individual that you can catch. And even today, a number of those stat values are hidden. So the game is still dealing with those numbers. It is still calculating those things. It's just not telling you. It's not giving you those numbers up front, which in some ways is actually kind of worse because you're trying to sort of play around those values and, you know, work within those systems, but you are not being given all the information that you need to properly accomplish that goal. So in a way, at least in some situations, hiding the values is actually more frustrating. Something that was pointed out to me, Brennan Lee Mulligan, really good storyteller, background in performance. I think he's been a teacher as well. You know, really good game master. But one of the things that he does in a lot of the sessions that he runs is, you know, the characters want to do something. And he says, okay, roll this to find out what it is. The roll to succeed is 14 or whatever, right? Either he's making it up on the spot or he has, you know, a value that he can refer back to and go, okay, this is your chance to succeed. A lot of DMs will not tell you, right? That is information for the back of their visual card. That is for them to know and you to find out. But Brennan will just straight up tell his players, this is what you need to do to succeed. And especially for a show like Dimension 20 or Critical Role, it's actually kind of better because when the player and the audience know what the success value is, now there's tension. Now you have established this is the bar. This is what you need to overcome, right? We have set the numerical adversary that needs to be surpassed. And so the player grabs their dice, they check their values, and then they roll, and then they look, and they have this moment of euphoria or dread as they succeed or fail. And then Brennan goes, okay, and works the situation accordingly. Whereas if they don't know, then they check their stat box and they roll the dice and they add it all together and then they tell the DM, and then the DM might check something and decide. It's not, it doesn't have that building and release of tension. So the storytelling is actually, like the drama for the episode is actually kind of worse, but it's, in a way, it's like not as much fun to know, to have that straightforward, this is your success point. So I get what you're saying. Having something quantifiable, understandable, systemic, I think does feel better than a real world, very fluid system where you're just sort of trying to figure it out as you go. I can see that. And a lot of this is wish fulfillment, right? It is, you know, escapism in a literal sense. Like the character and the reader, the viewer, by extension, is being taken away from their normal mundane world into some fantastical new place with all its own rules. And has to sort of figure things out, but, you know, gets to go on a big dumbass adventure in the process. I think where it still falls apart for me, given the acceptance that we just went over, given the understanding, I think where it still falls apart for me is in, again, like a video game setting or a tabletop setting. The dealing with the numbers portion is understood, right? Like, at some point, you're going to need to sit down and roll the dice. At some point, you're going to need to go through the menus and allocate your stat points, or, you know, whatever the case may be. You're just going to have to go in there and do it, right? It is a necessary system to progress getting through the game. And as we sort of established, trying to obfuscate that or hide it behind layers can actually be kind of detrimental to the end result. So fine, let's leave that in, at least for right now. When you have a story, like a written word story, or a show, or a movie of some kind, I feel like it is much more halting. It is much stranger to have the main character, like, stop the progression of the narrative to do stat management and number crunching. I don't think it works super well in that situation. I'm going to throw one other point in, because I was bringing up a while back the idea of, if you have a part in your story where the leader, strategist, whoever, explains, this is the plan, this is what we are going to do, right? Person A is going to go over here, person B is going to do this thing, person C is going to distract the guards, person D and E will sneak through the vent, whatever, right? You've got your Ocean's 11 heist scene or whatever. And you lay out exactly what is supposed to happen. And then everything goes exactly the way they said it would. That's boring, right? You might get a little bit of satisfaction in, like, watching the Rube Goldberg machine snap shut and everything just sort of goes into place. But from a narrative standpoint, it's dull as hell. It's not good storytelling. So it's kind of a giveaway if somebody does that you go, oh, things are gonna go sideways, right? It's like, this is what we expect to happen. So now the unexpected is going to happen. I forget what I was watching. What was I watching? Oh, it was in Horizon, where Aloy, towards the end of the game, Aloy, has a conversation. Beta's been captured. This is at Tilda's house, and Aloy convinces her to open the connection to Beta, and they sort of talk to each other, and Aloy manages to sort of rally Beta and get her back on side. And Aloy's sort of like, I have a plan. And then the camera switches to Tilda's perspective. And you see Aloy and Beta sort of huddled together, and they discuss something and you can't hear it. And then Beta sort of agrees. They cut the link. And Tilda's like, what was that about? And Aloy just doesn't tell her, right? It's like, I'll tell you when you need to know. So that is a situation where things are going to more likely go according to plan, because the surprise, the intrigue of the story is seeing what the plan is. Whereas if we know what the plan is, the intrigue is, how does it go wrong? So bringing it back around to our little isekai RPG tropes, rather than having this long drawn out section where the character levels up and has to spend a chapter, 10 minutes or whatever, ruminating on all their stat choices and thinking about what they want to do and how they want to progress things. Why not hide that? Like, don't show it. And then, during the next conflict, you can have this reveal of, oh, but this is the perfect situation for that thing that I, dumped stats into. I unlocked this new thing, or I raised my strength level. I mean, this is kind of trying to polish a turd. I still don't think that this is a great way to go about the storytelling in general, but we'll let it lie for now. You can have that big sort of thing of like, oh, they were ready for this. They thought far enough ahead, or they had the right circumstances that they could sort of get out ahead of the problem. I think that's more interesting than just watching them sit there and ponder the numbers for however long. But whatever. Maybe it's just not a genre for me. Maybe I'm just not the target demographic. More immediate satisfaction with the numbers. Yeah, and I guess immediate gratification is more important in a lot of situations. Gotta jingle the keys a little bit. I wish I could say my attention span was better, that I somehow managed to rise above the morass. I don't think I have. I'll see like a 20-minute YouTube video and be like, do I feel like watching that right now? It feels like a really long video. This is like a lot of video to watch right now. I think I'd rather watch like a 5-minute something. Chat, I'm cooked. Don't cry for me. I'm already cooked. Good. I wonder if our attention spans would be better. My initial thought is I wonder if our attention spans would be better if we were less stressed. So my thinking with that, sort of going back to that meme of I'm trying to process an endless barrage of information with a brain designed to eat berries in a cave. I feel like people's attention spans have gotten so shit because it's just a constant influx of information. And even when there isn't something to be concerned about at every minute of every hour of every day, the brain sort of gets tuned to watch for information at that pace. And I wonder if people could slow down and just not stress constantly, not be looking for information constantly. If attention spans would actually get better. I don't know. Maybe that's wishful thinking on my part. Let's go back to the face for a little bit. What am I doing here? Hold up. Hold up. I'm thinking. It's a little fucky. Hang on. There we go. I'm looking at this thinking about the amount of detail that I included in the original drawing. I'm kind of impressed with how hard I went on it. And I think I'll try and include a lot, but I think to some degree, part of the difference between now and then is not just an ability to render more detail, but an ability to understand how much detail needs to be rendered. Maybe that's a bit of copium on my part, but I think it is important to recognize when something does need to be really, delicately and thoroughly worked through, and when sometimes you can just kind of, put in a good amount of information and go, yeah, that carries it. It doesn't need to be thought through down to the tiniest pin of detail. Each individual pixel massaged to perfection. Oh, there you go. I think rim lighting is a good example of stylistic decision. Because a rule of thumb when you are doing lighting is the light source is going to be the brightest object in the scene, right? Everything else is refracting light. It is bouncing it. But it's going to absorb some amount of energy, right? You get color from a surface, a material, absorbing some amount of light and returning the parts that it doesn't absorb. Even if something is, pure white, it's going to absorb a little bit of energy. It's not going to bounce it one-to-one. That's a mirror. White surface is diffusing the incoming light and bouncing it in all directions, and some of it is not going to escape. So if you have an object that is rimlit, it might be catching a strong light source and returning it. But like in this instance, the rim light would probably be coming from the rings behind the character. So the rim lighting shouldn't be brighter than the rings, and frankly the rings wouldn't be that bright either because it's just bouncing, whatever small amount of sunlight or starlight is hitting them. But we have to make a stylistic decision here that we want the character to read very clearly against the background. And an easy way to do that is strong color and value contrast, right? Letting the things in the foreground have more contrast, brighter brights, darker darks, richer colors, whatever the case may be. So even though it doesn't make mathematical sense, it does work well for our purposes to make the rim lighting on the halo brighter than their apparent light source. I've decided, by the way, that there will be an art test at the debut, so I hope all of you are writing these things down. I'm just kidding. Probably. Or am I? Probably. Maybe. Perchance. As long as there's no math. No. No math. I think we can talk about properties of light and color without getting into the mathematical behavior of it. It's more about the observational behavior. Good. Let's clean this up. Then we can start masking some of the leftover flotsam out. Good. Alright, that is getting there. It's definitely getting there. I'm not going to work on the other side of the halo right now, just because I want to... Oh goodness, the helmet. We haven't even started on that shit. Okay, let's do that for a bit. Yeah. I'm gonna look up some reference. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I see. So, DST helmet has the visor built into the cranium. It's interesting. That does make sense, though. Let's do that. I can agree with that. It would be kind of funny if I did my Helldiver's helmet. So now I'm using the ODST helmet in Helldivers. So, it all comes back around. It's like poetry or something. I haven't actually played Helldivers in a while. Been busy with other stuff, and I guess other games too. I mentioned before, I think, Steam has a new thing where it shows you, like, hey, here are games that we think you'll be interested in. And there's 2 coming out today. And these 3 are coming out tomorrow. And these are coming out on Thursday. It's like, stop. That's entirely too many games. It's so many fucking games. And it's just an endless barrage. Like, I'm happy for all the developers that are, you know, getting their work out, and I wish them success, but he was like, don't you want to buy more games? Like, not really. Master, no! I did see a couple, like, I think, Drone Sector. We played it a while ago, the gunship game. Is either fully released or is in like proper early access and has more than the demo that we played. I like that, so I'll probably get that at some point. I appreciate Steam reminding me about it, but I'm also like, I don't know. There's games I'm already playing and games that are higher on my backlog. It's like, I'm not getting to that right now. Check back later. That looks good. That's a good shape. Is understandable and consistent, I think. Bit of a random thought. As I'm thinking about Fall Fantasy still. So the Fall Fantasy series is obviously a very mixed bag. Some of them are very, very good, and some of them are not. And some of them sit in the middle. And which one is good and which one is best and which one is trash is going to vary drastically from person to person. But I think one of the games that is generally considered to be not good is Final Fantasy II, which is unfortunate because, you know, that was the immediate follow-up to this crazy little gambit of a game that saved Squaresoft from going under. And it's good that they managed to keep the ship steady until Final Fantasy III, I guess, kind of came back around and cleaned things up again. But yeah, 2 is not remembered very fondly. And maybe it was popular enough at the time that it was able to be financially successful despite its shortcomings. But the thought that I have, are any of them bad enough that you would refuse to play? Probably 13. I think 13 I think some people have come around on and said, oh, it's not as bad. It gets a lot of unnecessary hate, but I think 13's pretty bad. I would not. I don't know that I would outright refuse to play it, but what I have seen of the game, I have zero interest in playing it. I think the same thing goes for 8. I do not envy the position that the FF8 developers were in, because in sort of a similar fashion to 2, they had to follow up Final Fantasy VII somehow, and what they came up with was a goddamn drug trip. There might have actually been drugs involved, who knows. Anyway, where I think 2 stands out, or stands apart from 8 in terms of how do we follow this up, was Final Fantasy 2 came out in, double checking my dates here, initial release, original release was 1988. And back in the 80s, games getting sequels was a bit of a new thing. It was becoming more frequent, I think. Like, I think we were having, like, Super Mario 2. Though Super Mario 2 was super weird because it was a different game that they then, like, redid all the sprites to make them into Mario characters. And a number of characters that are, like, mainstays of Mario today, like Birdo, came from this game that had nothing to do with Mario until they slapped Mario onto it. And then she just kind of became a part of Mario. Anyway, there is a very long time where it was like, okay, so we're making a sequel to this game. What does that mean? Like, what does a sequel to a game look like? And so you would get games that were, like Zelda 2, had some things that were carrying over that we were like, yeah, that's The Legend of Zelda. But, like, the gameplay in Zelda 2 was drastically different from the first game. Because there was no established expectation that a sequel was going to play exactly like its predecessor. Nowadays, you know, you see Halo 1 to Halo 2, or, you know, Gears of War, or, you know, GTA, like any game. You see number 1, and then you see a 2 on it, and you would expect, oh, this is going to be a similar but augmented experience over its predecessor, right? Titanfall, Street Fighter, even like Myst. It's like, yeah, that is a sequel. It is a continuation, stylistically, thematically, perhaps narratively, of the games that have come before it. But back in the day, it's like, I don't know, what do we want to do? More of the same? Something wildly different? And Final Fantasy II was not a huge departure from 1 in terms of, like, the way that it played, or the fact that it was, you know, trying to tell a story in a fantasy setting and all that. But I do think, compared to modern Final Fantasies, it had more open-endedness on how it could approach being a sequel to the original Final Fantasy. So I don't really fault them for trying to do stuff. And in general, I don't like faulting developers for being experimental, right? If you give them shit every time they don't do, or they try and break the mold even a little bit, then you get the stale cookie cutter sequels that we all know today and hate. So, you know, pick a lane. Do I want to sit here and do a Final Fantasy tier list? I kind of do. Okay. Sure, let's do this. Can I like reset this? There we go. Let's take a minute. Let's do this for funsies. Why not? Okay, so what do we got here? 8, 11, 15, 5, 4 after, 4, 14. I'm just making sure this list has all of them. Because one of the things that it is doing is it also includes all of the 14 expansions as separate ones, which is not incorrect, but it's also a little pedantic. All right, let me check this one really quickly. Oh, that's a lot of games. All right. Okay. So just because you asked, and this is a lot of my opinion, this is entirely in my opinion, based solely, I've not played every Final Fantasy. So I'm making a lot of judgments that are very secondhand and observational rather than like my personal experiences with them. I would probably throw 8 in like C or D tier. 11, God, 11 is hard because emotionally I would put in like B or A tier. Mechanically, it should be C or D tier. So I'll give it a C. 15. I'm gonna give 15D. 5. I think it'll go right in the middle. 4. Follow-up, the 4 sequel. I don't actually know. I'm gonna leave that one off just because I can't really say. 4's on the better side. 4 is generally considered to be one of the best ones. 14. If we're talking about the original 14, it sucked. 9 is S tier. I will hear no arguments. 1, hot take. I would put on the I'll put it in B, but I would say it was on the low end of the middle. Like it was a very, very basic medieval magic fantasy storyline. There was not a lot. It's just kind of lucky that it happened at a point when it did. 7. Okay, so here's also my hot take. I would not rank 7 very highly. I would probably put it in B tier but I would drop it into C tier just to piss people off. I think the original story and characterization is not very good. The remakes doing much better job in general. Gets a little up its own ass about some of the expanded universe stuff, you know, some of the stuff that shows up in later games and material. But I think the remakes are like up in S tier. Aside from being a little too padded for content. But if we're talking the original 7, like, I would honestly put it down here. I don't think it's very good. Better than 8, but not as good as 5. Oh wait, this is, yeah. Yeah, I'll leave it there. 6 is generally considered to be one of the best Final Fantasies. 10-2? C tier. 10, A tier. 13 gets a lot of crap. I'm just going to go ahead and put 13 down here, by the way. 13 gets a lot of crap for being a linear hallway for much of the game. Final Fantasy X did it first. Final Fantasy X is a hallway simulator. So, yeah, let's be fair about that. But Final Fantasy X has a good story and a fascinating world and good characters and a well-designed combat system, and I don't think 13 has any of those things. So that's the difference, right? You're willing to put up with a so-so combat or so-so level design because everything else is carrying the weight. 3, I think, had some good characters, and they did a DS remake that I think did a better job with various aspects of the game. So I would probably put 3 B tier, maybe. 12. Oh god, what does RW stand for? I'm thinking of Zodiac Wars, which is something else. I don't remember 12 sequel. 12 is, I did not like 12 mechanically. I didn't think it was very good. The story is okay, but tactics is not on here, and I would put tactics way above 12, so I'll put it in C. 2, which is what kicked this whole thing off. I'll put it above D tier just because I think it, again, for what it was trying to do and the situation that it came out in and the environment that it came out in, I think it was okay, but doesn't hold up super well. I'm going to give Dawn Trail a pass. I think it's better than a lot of people give it credit for. Endwalker. Endwalker and Shadowbringers are both S tier. I think Shadowbringers, I've said this before, I think Shadowbringers is a better standalone expansion, standalone story than what Endwalker did. But Endwalker was a really good culmination of the entire story. So I think a lot of it kind of comes down to how much you care about its standalone capabilities, as opposed to, it's like, if you just watched one of the Avengers movies without watching the other ones, it's like, this doesn't hold up as well as having watched multiple MCUs leading up to it. Heaven's Word. I'm going to put Heaven's Word in A tier. It's good. It's really good. It almost went in S tier, but I think they were still kind of figuring a lot of stuff out, and it does kind of impact the story and the world, particularly the world design. Stormblood, I'm going to put down in B tier. I think Stormblood needed to be 2 expansions. I'm glad it wasn't, because we got to all the good stuff in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, but it did suffer narratively and mechanically for trying to be so much content so quickly. Realm Reborn was a really good turnaround for, you know, coming back from the original 14, but yeah, it's like a low B. Its story is not great. Honestly, if I'm being really honest, I'd probably put it in the C tier. Like, it's fine. It's fine. It's somewhere in the middle here. But if I'm being super honest, I'd probably put Stormblood above it. And then I have not played 16. I've heard a lot of mixed opinions about 16. So I wouldn't really know where to fit it on this list. Yeah, I'd say that's about my distribution. So to your question, Standing, are there any Final Fantasies that I would refuse to play? Original 14. I'd probably not play 15. I don't know. If I got paid a lot of money, I might play 15. And I would not play 13s. Especially the 13 sequels. The others, I could maybe be convinced and or paid money. It was probably more of an answer than you were expecting, but there you go. People want to see streamers do tier lists, so there's your tier list content. I hope you enjoyed it. Now, I will go back really quickly. So this is not a rating system. This is just me going through organizing by the games that I have actually played versus the ones that I have not. I think I played a little bit of 7. I have not played 4. I have played 10. I didn't beat 10, but I got all the way up to like the third to last boss. I played 5. I played a little bit of 1. I played part of 3. I played Dawn Trail, played Stormblood. I have not played 8. Played 9. I played some of 10 too. Played the opening of 12, and that's about it. I've not played 2, and I've not played, or I have played A Realm Reborn. I have not played the original one. 15, 14, 13, 13, 13, 6, and then yeah, I haven't played any of these at the bottom of the list. So yeah, the A's are ones that I've played some of. The S's are ones that I have played, and the D's and off list are the ones that I have not. So I've only played about half of the games. So a lot of that ranking, like I said, was just me kind of going off of my experience, either watching people play the games, or talking about them. So take my opinion with a grain of salt, you know. If perchance you were offended, think of this and all is mended, yada yada yada. That maybe I'm just some chud on the internet and I don't know what I'm talking about. There, no, that kind of works. Oh, let's skip on to the next one. What's Hmm. I'm actually gonna move ahead a little bit in the list. Good. All right. And then this darker patch of it. I don't really want to look back at the old drawing too much. Might be a good idea in there I can bring back over. I kind of want to rely on my own sensibilities, but I don't know. Past me was kind of cooking, so let's see what we did. All right, yeah, had some stuff for the front. Okay, that makes sense. Just a little like attachment point here. Okay, let's go in here and get rid of this extra bit of visor that we don't need anymore. That's a pretty good looking helmet. Good. I don't think I actually like this playlist very much. It's kind of all over the place is the problem. Let's see. Why do you have these on multiple times? Alright, hang on. Yeah, let's do. What are we gonna do here? Let's just put this back on. Listen to it earlier. Okay. This is still one of my favorite songs to fly in Elite 2. The timing on it is really good for leaving a station. And bass kicking in right about when I clear the safety net and I can make my first jump. Yeah. What am I doing with this bubble? Right, I want to do like sort of a latch type of deal. So sort of have like right here, we have sort of a negative space underneath. Sort of a latch. Okay. Reach underneath to let it go. I feel like some technologies should just be mechanical, right? Like, there's just some stuff that you don't want to rely on an electronic or computer system to handle. So it's like, no, you need to be able to move this manually. Because if shit goes sideways and all of the systems go offline, you still need to be able to do this. Like, you know, taking your fucking belt off. It's like, oh, the computer shorted out. I guess I can't take my suit off and I'll just piss myself. I mean, I suppose I would hope that the soup has some sort of piss management system, but I don't know. Maybe it was a design oversight. Yeah, they were so concerned with all of the hazards of space, they forgot that you need to piss. And then they're like, oh, shit, right. Awkward! So don't just take it off. You should have gone before you left the station. User error. I don't actually know if modern spacesuits have any sort of waste management system. Maybe the answer is you hold it until you get back inside. Some of those EVAs can be hours long, though. It's a long time to hold it. Put an injection tube. Yeah, but then you would need to you would need to seal it so it doesn't like escape to the vacuum. Or it doesn't, you know, provide a vacuum vulnerability for the suit. I don't know, space is hard. Space is hard, chat. Imagine taking a leak in space without actually causing a leak. Oh, is that why they call it that? That makes sense. Alright. I like the construction. Now we just gotta sort of fill the rest of the shape out. Or like get the material read a bit better. This is why I didn't bother to sketch this out, because I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna kind of figure this out as I go. And it definitely means more effort goes in at this stage, but if we had tried to sketch it initially, I think it would have been a lot of effort that just would have ended up getting thrown away anyway. So it doesn't really, like, save us any effort up front. This is too deep. It looks like it's like sitting way above the belt. And not right above it. It's a very thick buckle. There we go. A little bit better. Okay, yeah, I think I see what I would want to do here, actually. What do I want to do? Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. This part. I'm gonna sort of stretch it up like this. And this bottom part, a little bit better already. I'm just gonna wrench it down a little bit. I'm gonna sort of level this out. There we go. So basically, sorry, need this to like encase the strap of the belt. So it feels like it's sort of gripping it, so wrapping around it, rather than. That's a bit better. Yeah, that feels a bit more thoughtful, a bit more mechanical. And we'll grab some of this. I like having sort of the exposed hinge on the outside, but I think what we would want to do is sort of have this like fold around it or follow it. Okay, and then have this sort of mechanical split where the two parts of the belt attach to each other. Good. Okay. I think that works. I think sort of to the same logic as an airplane seatbelt, it feels like it has a design that if shit starts to go pear-shaped, you can grab it and get it off very quickly. Which I feel like is a good thing. Not the same, not the same. Stretch me! Stretch me! Oh! I'm down! Come on, Chop! I decided they had enough cylinders on their belt. It would make more sense to have a variety of equipment, but if we are gonna have some sort of little like box utility kit, whatever, would probably need to be a bit bigger. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere with it. Good. Let's get a little bit of an ambient occlusion down here, where it sort of rubs up underneath the suit. The lines are getting a little off kilter here. I'm putting a lot of detail into this right now, but trying to get all the tech greebling and everything to make sense is kind of what we gotta do for it, you know? There we go. Very good. And then a little bit more right there. What are you doing? Oh, shit. Wait, what did you do? I think it, like, copy-pasted it to a new layer. That's not what I wanted. Good. Still a little bit awkward, like it's not perfectly clean yet, but I think it's good enough that I don't want to obsess on it too much right now. We've got still so many like majorly rough areas that haven't seen any love that obsessing about the greebles on that is self-indulgent. Thank you, autosave. I think we'll take our time with this one, you know? Like, it's always nice to finish a piece and be like, dang, we blasted through that, but, you know, this one has enough detail, room for interest and all that. Really want to enjoy it. You know, we're getting started. So the deadline target is August 9th. We've got a good amount of time before that, so I feel like it'll be fun to sort of sit and let it marinate for a bit. Cool. That said, the rate that we've been getting through work, getting through art, I think there's a good chance we'll see it done next week. I did say I wanted to work on the planet a little bit today, so why don't we jump over and do that? We will revisit this later. Oh, layers locked. So what if we were to take this and then put it on the dark side of the planet? We really sort of bridge almost purple. So I'm gonna move the rings out of the way for a second just so I can draw my shadow sphere effectively. Why did I do a whole rotation? Shut up. Trust the process. Interesting. Alright, so let's turn that off for a minute. And then we're gonna get in here and get real fricky. Some colors. You like that? I don't think I like this yellow as much as I thought I would. Let's look at it. There we go. It's weird to me that the surface of gas giants form these like noticeable bands and regions of particular colors. Like, I guess it sort of makes sense in that the Earth's atmosphere, if you just sort of look at it from space, it's like, well, you've got, areas of blue and white, and that's, where the clouds are forming. You get sort of different densities of water condensation. So I guess from that logic, it makes sense. But, Jupiter has so many colors going on across its I almost said surface, throughout its atmosphere. And I'm just looking at, like, what is causing all of those? Like, it's different compositions of gas and particles and such. But how does it, like, wind up forming these structures, Why doesn't it diffuse and sort of take on a more uniform arrangement? It's fascinating. I do love that even the most mundane planets and bodies in the solar system are still infinitely fascinating. You can study them for 1,000 lifetimes and still learn things. There is no such thing as a boring planet. I'll turn this back on really quickly because I need to figure out what we're going to do about. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. Oh, that's fucking hot. I love it. I didn't even know how that was going to turn out. It just did. I'll have to look up later why Jupiter's atmosphere behaves the way it does. I'm sure. Well, so what I will say is I know there has been a lot of recent research and observation, because there's, kind of an understanding / expectation of this is how a gas giant is composed, right? These are the layers that it has, the way that it's going to behave. And then, more recent data have come back and have all the astronomers, looking at it go, oh shit, that's not how the planet works at all. The long-standing assumption was that denser material sinks at the bottom, lighter material rises to the top. So, even a gas giant like Jupiter or Saturn should still have layers. And we might even get down to like a liquid core, just from the sheer amount of pressure of everything weighing down on it. It compresses the material into a liquid, or even like a dense liquid. But the current observations point to it being what they say fuzzy, Like, there's no delineation of layering throughout the planet. It's just kind of soupy. And it's constantly sort of shifting around. Maybe that is part of the answer to my question. Maybe the fact that it's like you just have all of these forces sort of roiling around internally, sort of pick up different elements, different ions, and sort of carry them along, and different things attract, follow at different rates. And so you start to, over millions of years, get these striations going on. But not all of them are the same, right? Because like Jupiter and Neptune are both very, very active, right? They have very like banded, fascinating surfaces. And then Saturn has bands, not as strong as Jupiter, but they're there. And then Uranus is just like uniform. It's just flat. It's just like a nice sort of seafoam turquoise throughout. It looks like a ball of sherbet. You're just like, wait, so why is that one not interesting? Though apparently, if you look at Uranus on an infrared level, it gets very interesting. And then, of course, Saturn has a fucking hexagon on its pole, because why the fuck not? Sure, let's just put geometry on our planet. Just a naturally forming hexagon. Maybe Saturn is secretly a beehive. Space bees. Of course, Neptune has its own storms going on as well. Not as famous as the Great Red Spot on Jupiter, but still plenty violent. What's going on with the Great Red Spot? I know the storm seems to be dissipating. Like, it's not as strong as it used to be. Wikipedia article doesn't really mention anything on. Does not know how long the spot will last or whether the changes result of periodic fluctuations. In 2019, the spot began flaking at its edge, with fragments of the storm spinning off and dissipating. The shrinking and flaking fueled speculations from some astronomers that the spot could dissipate within decades. However, others believe that the apparent size of the spot reflects its cloud coverage and not the size of the underlying vortex, and also that the flaking events can be explained by interactions with other cyclones or anticyclones, including incomplete absorptions of smaller systems. This might mean that the Great Red Spot is not in danger of dissipating at all. Huh. There could just be some massive dynamic system underneath that's just driving this whirlpool we see on the top. Makes sense. Scary, but it makes sense. Man, Outer Wilds was a creepy fucking game. Really good. Really good. One of the greatest. No question, no contest, no debate. But, man, what a creepy game. There we go. I was thinking about whether we should add more colors to it, kind of in similar to the variation that we see in Jupiter, but I think once we get the lighting and everything layered in, it's so vibrant and cool to look at. It doesn't need more going on than we already are. More! More detail! Okay, please, it's got enough detail. No. Never. There you go. We can go deeper. We can zoom. We can enhance. We have the technology. go. What a strange planet. All the fascinating ways that physics can play out. Yep. Good. I think that looks pretty fine. We put the lighting back over it, and oh my god, it's so pretty. I'm gonna try something real quick. Nice. Maybe tone down a little bit. And then, where did the rings go? There they are. Nice. Yes. Oh, that's looking great. I'm really feeling it. Okay. Let me double check. It has a weird ring system. Very strange. Not sort of a main band, it's got an outer band and it has a very thin inner band. All right. I think that's a good stopping point for tonight, though. I love how the plant's coming along. I'll probably go in and do a little bit more detailing. Like if we look at it 100%, you can still kind of see the brushwork a little bit, but I think the color balance and the feel and everything is looking super good. I'm really happy with how that looks. Yeah, I think the ships are a good block in. I'm not sure how much I want to detail them. So we'll kind of figure that out next time. And then obviously it's a lot still just to sort of go in and like render out the pieces and everything, do more like material passes. Definitely really good progress tonight. I'm really, really feeling it. But yeah, I think we'll go ahead and leave things there for right now. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Good spending time with y'all. You always a pleasure. I still can't get over that Hades run. I was like, I could do another one, but really nothing's gonna top this. So we'll pick it up again next week. I will see I'll see if I can figure out some game dev stuff to do, because I really don't want to let it sit for too long. You know what they say about rocks grow or stones grow in moss. So yeah, we'll revisit it soon. We'll probably either do a little bit more animation stuff. I don't think I'm quite ready to do the rigging and animation stuff on Seat. It's definitely a secondary concern, just because she isn't tied to any gameplay stuff. But we can maybe play around with some animation, maybe like do some learning on like how to do a cinematic or something. We'll look into it. We'll look into it. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Glad you like how it's coming along. I think it'll definitely be a nice looking piece. I've got a few more ideas as well for stuff that I want to add in. So please look forward to it. Yeah, that will be next week. As far as the rest of the weekend goes, I hope everyone has a good one. Hope you have very relaxed time, get some good rest, get a chance to do something fun, get yourself a little treat, because you deserve it. Thank you guys for a good stream week. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed my stay, and I hope you did too. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. We're going to say good night to the VOD squad, and we are going to find somebody that we can raid. Maybe. Bye, team! Bye!